Honorable Gilaro Abdul Bahari, Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Devolution of Kenya, Honorable Francoise Umukiza, Member of Parliament in EALGA, heads of diplomatic mission here present, Honorable Governors from Kenya and Rwanda, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Welcome to all of you in the room and also joining us online. Today we have 3 topics: the impact of decentralization and devolution systems in EAC, strengthening engagement with EAC-led recovery in COVID-19 as a driver for the EAC trade and regional promotion. After the exhaust of these topics, we will proceed with the official handover and closing. My name is Prosper Mulindwa, the Director General of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Ministry of Local Government, Rwanda, the moderator of today. As we progress on our LGF 2021 agenda, our day starts with a very crucial topic: the impact of decentralization and devolution systems in EAC. The moderator is the right man in the right place. He is a Pan-Africanist, Rwandan political analyst, and Secretary General of the Rwanda Association of Local Government Authorities, RALGA. He's an expert in tax administration, decentralization, good governance, and local government in Rwanda. He's also an activist for gender equality and fight against climate change. Holding an associate's degree in philosophy, a bachelor's degree in administrative sciences, and master's degree in business administration, he is responsible for local government capacity building, advocacy, and representation. That is Mr. Ladislas Ngendahimana. Please grant him a warm welcome as he joins for the podium. You are welcome, Mr. Ladislas. You are now the leader of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ Prosper. Dear participants of the day, all protocol observed, I'm honored to be the moderator of this panel, which shall be talking about the impact of decentralization and the devolution systems in the East African community. Before we can pass the floor to the panelists, I will invite the keynote speaker, Professor Rizik, to come forward for his remarks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ladislas, our moderator of the session. Honorable Chair of the EALGA, honorable ministers who are present with us this morning, chairmen and presidents of the associations we have allied, CAF, good. Dear participants, let me take this opportunity to thank our Almighty God for giving us this opportunity to be here this morning and able to start transacting our today's agenda. I thank the Secretariat and the organizers of the meeting for deciding to slot me in into this program, of which I was not part of the keynote speakers, but finally I got this opportunity. So thank you so much for that opportunity. Dear participants, it is all well known to all of us that decentralization is a transfer of authority, functional responsibilities, and resources to local government levels. Most of us are aware of the main pillars of decentralization, which are financial decentralization, administrative decentralization, political decentralization, and central-local relationship. Decentralization in East Africa states is having positive impacts, especially on the aspects I mentioned above, which are in terms of finances, administration, political, and the relations between central government and local government. Experience from EAC member states has shown that decentralization has contributed to availing services closer to people. There has been changes in terms of resource allocation and increased accountability, especially in the councils and counties, and also management of developmental projects has been eased. Moreover, people's participation in local governance has increased. There has been extensive use of participatory planning methodologies in identifying projects and programs that are to be implemented at the local level. Accountability and transparency have been improved through the higher extent of the involvement of grassroots institutions. The implementation of D by D has resulted into strengthening capabilities of staff members in the local government, increasing in number of staff at the lower level governments, sector staff including agricultural, livestock, forestry, and health personnel have been transferred to the lower level governments. In terms of fiscal decentralization, we are noting that D by D has increased the participatory budgetary processes which builds up from the lower level. The quality of and trust in financial management has improved. Local government own source collections has improved, and also the collections have increased. Systems of financial management have also been improved. So here we see the importance of D by D in terms of the fiscal decentralization. It is noted that in most of the EAC countries, reports from the national audit offices are indicating substantive improvement, especially in terms of financial accountability. Under the central-local relations, we are noting an increasing partnership between the line ministries and the ministries responsible to the local governments. We have also noted a significant improvements in service delivery to the rural areas. Dear participants, as we acknowledge the positive impacts, there are some challenges that are actually associated with the implementation of D by D in our member states. Some of these challenges include limited financial support from the central governments. There is still a top-down phenomenon in the process of resource allocation. And in some countries, there are still proponents of the centralization who still want most of resources, including human resource, to be controlled centrally. Thus, for all of us who are here, we basically need to ensure that we build the understanding of the importance of D by D to those proponents who are proposing, who are demanding centralization. We need to build a business case where we will be allowed to allow more resources to be channeled to the local government. So the forum needs to ensure that D by D agenda is embraced not only in the government and member states, but also given priority in the EAC. Dear participants, before I conclude my opening speech, and through the discussion that we have had here for the past 2 days, I have 2 questions. Probably the chairman and president here would assist us to give us some solutions. One is, how do we ensure that the role of local governments is acknowledged in EAC, especially to the level of Council of Ministers? How do we ensure our roles as local government is actually recognized at that particular level? The second question is that local governments, as the implementer of decisions of EAC organs, presented anywhere in the EAC structure? Are we represented? And as long as we are here, I think it is a high time for us to ensure that our presence is actually recognized and we get a share of the resources that are contributed by our member states to ensure that local government is actually heard. And the last question is, how can EALGA penetrate the EAC system? So if we get this, that means we will be among the organs that are benefiting from the EAC resources. It is my sincere hope that before we wind up the meeting and this session as well, we will come out with some recommendations that will also be useful towards achieving our theme of this meeting, which is leveraging the role of local and county governments to fast-track achievements of the EAC integration agenda. Having said that, I thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rizik, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Regional and Local Administration in the United Republic of Tanzania. Back on this panel, we have different experts. We have 3 chairpersons of local government associations. We have the vice chairperson of County Assembly Forum, and we have the Director General in charge of decentralized governance in the Ministry of Local Government, Republic of Rwanda, which is outgoing chair of EALGA. From my left, I have Mr. Bob Gachire, who is the Director General in the Ministry of Local Government. We have also the chairperson of the Association of Local Authorities of Tanzania. We have Madam Vice Chairperson of County Assembly Forum in the Republic of Kenya. We have the Chairperson of Uganda Local Government Association in the Republic of Uganda. Last but not least, my Chairperson, who is the Chairperson of Rwanda Association of Local Government Authorities, who is also incoming Chair of the East African Local Government Associations. The topic of the day, as I said, it is about the impact of decentralization and devolution systems in EAC. And the theme of this General Assembly meeting is leveraging the role of local and county governments to fast-track achievement of the EAC integration agenda. Decentralization and devolution are both continuous processes and never an end in themselves. They are implemented under a set of laws and policies, under different politics, to the benefit of the people. The particularity of decentralization and devolution is that they are practical choices translated into actionable strategies. And whatever the case, they should comply with the subsidiarity principle, whereby central governments implement those tasks that can't be effectively delivered at decentralized or devolved levels. This panel shall analyze the two levels of decentralization, both central governments and local and county governments, through their ministries or associations. Panelists will share their ground experience, analysis, and expectations to fast-track EAC integration agenda through decentralization and devolution. In this context, we have one of the partners of this framework from the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, Madam Claire Frost, who is speaking to us from London. Madam Claire Frost, together with her organization, the CLGF, they have been working with EALGA and EALGA over the last years. To start, during the COVID period, we have had webinar sessions, and I would invite her to tell us what are the lessons they have driven from the webinars as our strategic partners, and then you shall move on the implementers and the policymakers on the ground. Madam Claire Frost, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you all see and hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
Ah, wonderful. Do you see me as well? Because I have a short presentation to also beam up. So if you see and hear me, let me just open by telling you what a real pleasure it is to be with you, even if it is only virtually at this point. And CLGF is very much looking forward to being in person at the next EALGF meeting, hopefully very soon. CLGF has, of course, accompanied the EALGA process since its inception in 2012. And as our Secretary General of EALGA was just explaining, we have also supported and hosted a number of online dialogues during the COVID period when we could not get together physically. And so I have a short recap, which hopefully will be able to set the scene for the rest of the discussion on the panel today. So let me just share my screen. So colleagues, as you all know, the last physical meeting of the EALGF was in 2018, in May in Kenya. And this was a very useful meeting, I think, talking about SDGs and how these can be achieved within the East African context. CLGF also supported a follow-up strategic planning meeting in December of that same year with EALGA, thinking about how to really operationalize some of the activities that came out of that higher level meeting. And then once we were within the COVID context, in 2020, we were happy to host an exchange of EALGA on how county and local governments were acting and reacting to the COVID-19 pandemic, what the impacts were being felt at the local level and through the associations. And in 2021, we had a series of dialogues on the status of devolution and decentralization, on local economic development and trade and the EAC. And these culminated with a dialogue with the East African Communities Secretary General in August of 2021. So just a quick recap, and I will be making this presentation available, so I will go quickly through these slides. But in the dialogue on COVID-19, it really was apparent that, again, we were able to reinforce that ask and that evidence that local government is critical in disaster management and resilience at the community level. And that the LGAs have really a key role to play in the advocacy, but also providing policy and practical advice to their members during these kind of disasters. We reflected on the economic impact of the pandemic and how local economic development must be an integral part of the recovery process. We talked about fiscal decentralization and how local governments need to have the fiscal autonomy and also the financial means to be able to take action to protect their communities and strengthen their economies. We talked about the difficulties that COVID-19 had thrown up in terms of ensuring ongoing legislative processes, collective decision-making and oversight, and even the delay that it's had to elections in some countries. We talked about a greater scope, of course, for regional cooperation and exchange, especially in cross-border areas, which were specifically, disproportionately impacted by COVID. And then we talked also about the opportunity available within the new EU programming process, which will take effect from the period 2021 to 2027, and how we can look to mobilize local government to ensure that we receive funding from the EU to take forward some of these key activities, which the pandemic has really demonstrated to us. Then in 2021, we began a series of dialogues. So 2 dialogues in July and 2 dialogues in August. The first, which was held on the 7th of July, was on decentralization and devolution. And we came out with a set of recommendations after a day of discussion, so that citizen participation and engagement is essential in the region, that there's a need to put in place structures, so committees, ward level representation, and really have a grassroots local government movement feeding into the county and local government system. We talked about the importance of building financial capacity and ensuring that there's accountability so that we can have confidence in our local governments being able to deliver. That power sharing mechanisms were an important area to look at how we can reduce power struggles between local and central government and deliver for communities. We talked about regional policy coordination and how we can build up a regional voice for local government. And then we talked about, of course, building that legislative capacity. So supporting local governments to be able to put in place the policies that they need that will respond to their local needs and demands. And then, of course, again, we talked about fiscal decentralization because this is such a key issue in ensuring that local governments can undertake their mandated roles. In fact, the next session that we held, so on the 13th of July, was on decentralization and the fiscal budget architecture. And there we talked about how fiscal decentralization, of course, needs to be preceded by a wider decentralization reform. So funding must follow function. We talked about the constitutional provision and legislation and ensuring that those that local government has a real embedded recognition in national government legislation and policy. We talked about coordination and oversight, so ensuring, of course, that there's robust public financial management systems in place. And we talked about the difference between different sources of revenue and how a mixed set of revenue sources can reinforce local governments and ensure their longer-term resilience. And then we also talked about the importance of local governments raising their own revenue, both to ensure untied funds that allow local government to respond to local needs, but also as a way to further entrench the accountability of governments and their citizens. So in August, we held another 2 days of dialogue, this time around local economic development, trade, and EAC integration. And there, in terms of local economic development, we recommended that we needed greater policy coherence to link trade policies with the policies that local governments are able to implement at the local level. That local economic development strategies need to open up value chains and help local stakeholders access those regional, national, and international value chains and trade agreements. We talked about how we need to support our micro, medium, and small enterprises and how these are key in feeding into national and regional development priorities. We talked about cities as catalysts for LED and trade, and also as nodes within a wider web of trade relations. We talked about how LED is key in ensuring that we attain Agenda 2030 and an important element in any post-COVID recovery strategy. And we heard from the ministries of local government in Uganda and also EALGA from Rwanda and how they are implementing LED. And we also heard from CLGF's programs in the Southern African region on what they've been doing in that regards. On our second day of discussion, we also heard from UNCDF talking about fiscal space. So making a series of recommendations on how to ensure that local governments have the fiscal capacity that they need. So, making sure that before we start bringing in new non-traditional financing mechanisms, that all of our traditional mechanisms are being fully utilized and are fully functional. That public finance management systems are in place and robust, that we recognize that financing is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that different financial tools are appropriate for local governments of different sizes and capacities. And we talked about comprehensive investment programs and planning processes so that we really accompany an investment process with a comprehensive planning process, taking it from design to implementation. And then we talked about learning through doing, that there really is a point at which we need to start taking actions and make sure that we learn the lessons from those and build those into future programming. So that was our discussion around trade and fiscal space. But in those same two meetings, we also talked about local government's role in the integration process and our relationship with the EAC. And we had some representatives for the economy through LED and providing an enabling environment for business so as to reinforce trade in the EAC. And one of the key achievements of this dialogue was that the EAC Secretary General committed to providing a focal person for EALGA and EALGF within his secretariat and holding an annual dialogue with local government to further discuss the integration process between local government and the EAC structures. So how best we can have that place, that voice within the East African community. And of course, he also encouraged local government to take part in the EAC Secretary General Forum. So this is a bit the culmination of this meeting today. EALGF is one next step on this process of ensuring that space within the EAC for local government. I would be remiss if I didn't close this presentation by telling you a little bit about what CLGF is also doing at a cross-Commonwealth and regional level. So we have two major campaigns ongoing at the moment. One is the call to action on sustainable urbanization, which is a call across the Commonwealth to better recognize the importance of urbanization in all of our regions and ensure that the Commonwealth increases its focus on sustainable urbanization. We're looking to redefine how the Commonwealth, national governments within the Commonwealth, and other partners work so that we're working in a multi-level governance environment towards sustainable urbanization. And we're calling on all Commonwealth member states to better support cities and local governments to play their full role in achieving the SDGs. We're also launching a call, a common position on healthy cities in the Commonwealth. This is something which has come directly out of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we are making a call for greater recognition of the role of local government and the role of cities and local settlements in ensuring healthy communities, and getting greater recognition for both the health and non-health responsibilities that local government holds, which maintain healthy cities. And we will be holding a dialogue on the 23rd of November, which we will soon be inviting you all to, which will be about launching this call and looking forward towards the next CHOGM and CLGF's upcoming Commonwealth Local Government Conference, which will also be held in Rwanda, and how we can work collectively on this agenda. So I thank you very much for your time. I hope that this was a helpful summary, and I look forward to hearing the reflections of the other panelists in this session.
A round of applause to Madame Claire Frost. Thank you, Claire, for your contributions, which are very helpful and insightful. And particularly as EALGA and EALGA, we thank CLGF for our good collaboration and mutual support. Now we are back to this physical panel here, and we shall build on the inspiration from the keynote speaker, who asked 3 questions around which we have formulated our request to the panelists. Mr. Bob Gachire, from the Ministry of Local Government of Rwanda, in your capacity as the representative of the outgoing chair of EALGA, indeed, we are handing over. Over the last 3 years, you have learned about EALGA and the East African community, particularly at the local government level. Building on that, what is your take about the status of decentralization in the EAC countries, and particularly what should be the priorities for the next chair in office for EALGA?
Thanks, moderator. Honorables, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jambo. Indeed, it is an honor and a pleasure to share, as the moderator was requesting. In these 3 years, Rwanda has a chair of EALGA. Now we're into EALGF. We've done a lot, but I will share among the key that have been done in those more than 3 years' time, Rwanda as a chair, as far as decentralization is concerned. I do believe having decentralization in the management, in the structure of any country is a must. If you want to have an efficient and effective, meaningful transformation, you need to have decentralization. You need to have devolution for you to achieve, to transform the communities and lives of our people. Rwanda having decentralization for almost 20 years now, a lot have been done. But if I take a scope of like from 2018, it is the right moment that I would share that after, from 2018, 2019, there was a study carried out by Rwanda But the good thing, that study was evaluating what we have achieved in 20 years or towards the 20 years. The study was done by regional experts. There were people from different East African countries and some Rwandans. In it, it has a comparative analysis of what Rwanda has achieved as a country, but also regional-wise. More especially, among the key achievements observed is service delivery. Kenya having Huduma, Rwanda having what we call Irembo platform. It is an imperative as far as having a meaningful decentralization. So in that, I would even, if we see the goals of AU Agenda 2063, more especially the goal number 1 of the high standard of living and welfare, you can only do that by delivering the quality services. So having these platforms, I've just highlighted the two of Kenya and Rwanda, it is transforming significantly our communities, our societies, but also making them to contribute. In most of the countries, not only in Africa, and I think if you go beyond, decentralization comes as after a political consequence or something not going well politically. But I would like to share that when you observe clearly, maybe for instance in Rwanda, I'm representing now, it came up as through the citizen interests. What do they want? Yes, there was this political atmosphere, but the most part of it was all about how do I address the citizen interest? How do we include them in whatever we do? How do we have the development that is participatory? And how do I do it considering the regional matters? That's why in the objective of decentralization we have now, the number 6 talks about how do we fast track and translate the regional integration. So having EALGA and EALGF now, it's the right moment to share what we do as a country, but what we can agree together as an East African partner states as far as decentralization is concerned. Another important thing achieved within these 3 years, apart from service delivery, is the development. And development, whatever, any country that is having decentralization, the performance of each country depends, I do believe, depends hugely on the local governments or the county governments. Because whatever is done, whatever is achieved by the country, I do believe local governments plays a significant and a huge role. On the question that was raised by the keynote speaker, I do concur with him, especially on the question number 1, which was even repeated by Claire Faust. I think EALGA should have at least an observer status in the East African Secretariat. And I think this is the right forum to keep raising it. I have heard it has been raised in the previous forums, but it should be repeated even now, I think, moderator, so that at least if we can't get maybe the full thing, but at least to have an observer status, whereby when these forums convene, the EALGA at least has a representative. Either could be an observer, or that will be discussed later, but I do concur that EALGA should have a representative. That performance, I've said, that role, be it in service delivery, be it in transforming the communities and lives of our people, that would be the right moment and the right forum to raise it and even be considered by that High Council which take decisions on behalf of East African community. And then how do we recognize the role of local government? I think it's 2 ways. We as local governments, the associations here present, the chairpersons, we should show our part, what we are doing for our role to be recognized. And it can be delivered, but it will be delivered when we indicate what are we doing as local governments. Because local governments are governments indeed. They are governments among the governments. Leave alone the principle of not having one size fits all, because what is done in Kenya can be done the same way in Tanzania, in Uganda. But at least that should be a moment where we meet and agree and even raise our voice and our power to be heard and recognized. I submit, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. One, decentralization or devolution is a must, if I got it well. Second, EALGA should have an observer status at ESC. And three, no.
Have to collect their own, and that they take 10% of them to provide to different groups, youth groups, women, and disabilities, and that to improve their own economic activities to their area. So ALAT there, we just want to learn from ALAT. ALAT to make sure that the good relationship between local government and level and the central government are there. And that is why you see all of these are done and are approving now and then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Central government transferring funds to local government delivering services and the development projects, local government collecting own revenues and giving or sharing 10% of those revenues to specific groups.
Yes.
Women, youth, and security, you said?
Disabilities.
Disabilities.
Yeah.
So that is good. And my second, not to say the last question to you, under this framework, how could this promote regional integration under the EAC? These interventions that the local government are delivering in Tanzania and the local government are the implementers, how do they contribute? Or how could they contribute or inspire regional integration in EAC?
You say how it contributes to East Africa?
Yes, integration. How could they contribute or fast track regional integration in EAC?
As I have said, I think you have heard how Tanzania we are doing decentralization. So I think so. It can take a lesson, this EIC, that Tanzania we have decentralized to the lower level to different areas which I have mentioned here.
Thank you very much. If I may, I think this inclusion of specific groups, youth, women, and persons with disabilities is a key to regional integration because there is no regional integration without social development. Thank you very much. Dear Vice Chairperson of County Assembly Forum, the same question goes to you. What are the best practices to share from Kenya at the level of CAF and how these practices could inspire or fast-track regional integration at EAC? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The County Assemblies Forum of Kenya consists, and the devolved government is one of the greatest promises that the government of Kenya gave to the Kenyans. And so what we have is different units of county governments, which are like a replica of the national government, and they are headed by the governor, and we had 2 governors here. And then there is also the county assemblies, the speakers. I myself being one of the speakers, we had the county assemblies. Now, what happens in devolution in Kenya is that power is devolved to the people, to the grassroots. They are also given economic empowerment by way of budgetary allocations, and then they are assisted also by the central government. I wish to point out that the functions of the national government are separate from those of the county governments. They are spelled out in the Constitution, Principally, the devolved units, they handle health issues, agriculture, education at the low level, and also polytechnics, and then transport on what we call the count-cutting functions that they share on the environment and on some policies just about national planning. They also are engaged in spatial planning. So what we notice so far in Kenya, it is actually a success story that is being built. We're just on the second cycle of that devolution system. Much more coming up by way of development in the grassroots, especially 2022. We're going to have another cycle of elections so that we have new leadership in the county units. But what we have noted is that some marked development really has been witnessed at the grassroots. And you know, this is where the rubber meets the road. And you know that our nation comprises of family units, and the family units are then comprised of village units, then sublocation units, then location units, then you come now to the county units. So now Kenya as a country is built up of the different devolved systems of governments, the different county governments. And if we get it right, like we are trying to do in the county governments, this is going to assist in the East Africa integration, because as a nation of Kenya, we can only be whole when we make the grassroots people also whole by way of development, also health-wise, education, and so on. Now, one notable achievement in the county governments is, sensitization of the people through the process we call public participation on issues that affect them. And we also have the issue of them being sensitized on matters that affect them also at the international level. And I was impressed to note yesterday that Rwanda has done quite a lot on sensitizing their people about the East Africa, community. I noted that through the youth representative. And this is a matter that as county governments in Kenya, we've taken up, but to a lesser extent, I must admit. And I think from here, big challenge that is faced is like cross-cutting is about the budgetary allocations. They are not concerned to governments through sufficient budgetary allocations. Then you're likely to see good development or relatively marked development in the county government units. And of course, that will now grow up to the East Africa integration. And I note that there is something that we are calling on-source revenue as a way of addressing the budgetary allocations challenge. I mean, this insufficient funds that we have in the county governments. On-source revenue means that some of the county governments are very well gifted in natural resources, which they can leverage to increase the income for the county units. The other thing, of course, is prudent use of the public finances. And I think this cuts across the board on almost the East African region, where we need to really emphasize on the proper use of the public resources by way of putting the money where it is most needed and, closing doors on corruption. I think that would really assist a lot. So I am happy, as I represent the chairperson of the County Assemblies Forum of Kenya, to say that in Kenya we are making great strides, especially through devolution, in assisting the East Africa integration. And I believe that the experience from this forum is going to make things better, because we're going to share it out with the other leaders in the county governments, especially the county assemblies, that usually deal with the issue of legislation and approval of policy, and a policy of bringing the county governments closer to the East Africa community as a way of being part, of course, of that community in real sense, not just by name, is going to go a long way. So through EALGA, I must say that there's a good, signs that things will be much better through the devolved systems of, devolved government in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Good points around empowering the citizen. The impact of decentralization in EAC to fast-track regional integration, as if I got it well. One, there is this constitutional provision, that is the legal framework. Second, the rule of law, including separation of powers. Then, socioeconomic development, citizen participation and empowerment, but also ensuring proper use of public funds and educating the people on EAC agenda, and this should be done at the grassroots, empowering the grassroots. Now we move on our friend and close friend from Uganda, Local Government Association. The same question goes to you. We are sharing best practices, experience, and the impact of decentralization in EAC to fast-track regional integration. What is your take about this? Thank you.
Yes, all protocol observed. I'm privileged to be given the platform to give the experience of decentralization in Uganda. I think in the East African region, Uganda seemed to have happened to be the first country to begin this policy. This is way back 28 years ago. And this was as a result of the 1995 Constitution, where an act was enacted for its enforcement. And in the implementation of the decentralization policy, the government came up with a way on how to see how best to monitor its implementation. That was what's called JAD, Joint Annual Review on Decentralization, and this was held annually. And this has now been replaced by another engagement that we normally hold annually by the ministries, departments, and agencies of government to see whether the services are being provided, whether what was planned has been achieved, or what are the challenges so as to address. We do appreciate that when the solution came in place, indeed, we had only less than 40 districts. But now, as we are talking, we have more than 136 districts in Uganda. And yet, even the funding is not really commensurate to the expectations of the local governments. So as the association of EALGA, we have been pushing in our negotiations with government to see to it that the funding to local government is raised to a percentage that will be able to address the needs of the common man. We appreciate under political arrangements, elections are normally held right from the village, the parish, sub-county, and the district level. And the only challenge is the resources to help in all these plans. Another challenge that we face is, of course, the limited or narrow tax base in these areas of ours. And then another threat is that there is a decentralization of some of the decentralized services. You realize that most of the services that could have been implemented by the local government have now been reversed to the center, hence threatening decentralization. And by now, by taking 20 years in this policy, we should have been the best in the region. This one now calls upon my government to see whether we can still come back and benchmark. Because yesterday, if I had the governor of Kisumu, that what Kenya has done in 9 years is more than what they have done from the time of independence. So it's really high time that we can be able to do the needful to catch up with the rest of the region. But nonetheless, the government now, under the support of His Excellency the President of Uganda, has directed that the parish becomes the focus area for implementing all the services, especially coming up with what's called the parish development model, where he has directed that at least if 100 million every year is given to every parish. Now, the number of parishes in Uganda are really very many. So if this money is given to the parishes, I want to believe that this policy will be really achieved as a country. And of course, the other bit is also within the best practices, the planning is also done at the parish. And all these plans are integrated to the district and then the national plan. And it's a basis for which resources are being channeled. Of course, like I said, another issue that could be making us a challenge is the creation of many administrative units, which has really affected us so much, and the weak coordination on policy reforms between the MDS and the local governments in decentralization. Contribution to EAC integration, we, under the LED is the sixth pillar of decentralization in Uganda. The Ministry of Local Government has come up with a department to coordinate, to see that this is trickled down to the local government, especially up to the community level, because LED is about the community, the local government, and the private sector. And of course, in Uganda now currently, there's a lady who hails from Kenya. I think she was given land in northern Uganda where she has established a big plantation of sugarcane. So we thought that's the way we can be able to come together as the East African family. And of course, there are also areas which border each other. For example, in Karamoja, where I hail from, one time we took the entire council and even technical officers across to Turkana County, where we toured many of those areas, and they also came to benchmark a few things in our region. So we thought this could be the ways that we can be able to promote the integration of the East African community. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Sir Joseph Karamoja, chairperson of EALGA. No need to repeat more than you said, but you highlighted some of the opportunities, including the reforms at the level of the Ministry of Local Government to promote investment in the regional integration, the reforms and focusing on parishes, and so that services could be delivered properly. And you highlighted some of the key challenges, including limited resources, recentralization of decentralized services, which call for need for reforms or to re-benchmark again the policy. So because, as you said, you could be moving backward as compared to the rest of the region. I think this would be a very big threat to the decentralization, which we need to advocate for. And this is a matter of concern, if I got it properly from your words. And last but not least, I need to acknowledge our brothers and sisters from Burundi who are not with us here. They said that they did not get the opportunity to be cleared so that they could attend physically. And Burundi, I think today also they are represented by the Chargé d'Affaires. So we recognize your presence, sir. You are not ignored from the panel. That is the context. And our sisters and brothers from ACO Burundi, it is no longer ABELO, it is ACO Burundi, Association des Communes de Burundi. They confirmed to us that they would be subscribing to the resolutions from this meeting. It is important for the panelists also to note that Burundi is not left out. My dear President, incoming chair of EALGA, in your capacity as the chairperson of RALGA, representing the grassroots or the local government of Rwanda. The same question goes to you, Councillor Innocent Wimana, and we shall give you the floor to highlight some of the achievements in the area of decentralization in Rwanda. What are the best practices which you can share, and how do they impact or can contribute to fast-tracking regional integration? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I can mention that the decentralization policy started in Rwanda around 2000. We are now, I can say, on the third phase. In the case of Rwanda, I can assure that all principles of decentralization are well implemented, especially starting from the planning process. One of the examples I can say on the planning process, which is good, we have actually what we call DDS, the District Development Strategy for each district. That DDS has been done in a participatory manner where citizens has got a chance to give their input in those documents of planning process. The DDS is a good example of localization of SDGs. We have been speaking localization of SDGs because DDS come from, it takes from the national agenda, the Vision 2050, it takes in consideration also the national strategy for transformation, and it has give a room for our citizens to put their input in. One of an example I can give for EAC integration example, we can say the good practice which we have in Rwanda for performance contract. Well, each district sign a performance contract with His Excellence every year. That is a tool of, I can say it's a tool of monitoring to see what is in the DS if it has been implemented at the grassroots level. We have got, as EALGA, many visitors from the region coming to learn how we are doing those performance contracts. That is one of the examples. Another example for the integration is the cross-border market, which we have. That is a good example for ESC integration, especially on the side of trade. As association also, recently we have adopted our strategic plan. And our strategic plan also has taken into consideration the principles of decentralization. I can say sometimes there are some challenges, especially on sector decentralization, and that is the role of our association to do advocacy, make sure there is no loophole. Sector decentralization are well implemented at grassroots level. If I can come to the two questions which the keynote speaker has mentioned. One of the questions will say, how do we ensure that the role of local government is actually recognized at central level? I think that is our work as associations, to do advocacy, to make sure the local government is well recognized at the central government. That is, I think, as associations, that is our mission we need to do. On the second question, recognition of local government at the ESC level, I think we need to do a lobby. We have a lot of to do lobby as associations, as EALGA, to make sure we get that observer status. I can give you an example. I know the global network, like CRGF, UCRG, and the ICRE, they have put together what they call the Global Task Force. They have done a lobby at UN level. I was myself in 2008 at the high-level political forum with Greg Muller, the former Secretary General of UCRG. We went at that meeting and we managed to get
observer status of local government at UN level. We should take that example, do the same for EAC. That is my take. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson of RARIGA, you mentioned one challenge about sector decentralization, which calls for advocacy. It is good that the ministries are represented here, particularly the Ministry of Local Government. I think it is a point for action so that we can improve on that. And then you mentioned about RARIGA strategic plan, which provided for regional integration as one of the guiding principles. And this should be also a mission for each of the local government associations in the region. You talked about practical aspects, including cross-border markets to foster trade in the region, in particular in the neighborhood, and the district development plans, which are guiding the instruments whereby the President of the Republic signs performance contracts with each mayor of the district and the state of Kigali to ensure that the commitments are delivered to the benefit of the population. Now it is time to pass the floor to the audience so that we can get, like, I was told that we are running out of time, but there is no time left without listening to the audience. We shall listen at least 2 or 3 from the audience. I can see 3 hands. Now we have 4, and we shall have these 4. We have the Honorable Minister from Kenya. The next shall be His Excellency the Chargé d'Affaires from Burundi. We shall listen to the Governor of Eastern Province in Rwanda. Eastern Province in Rwanda. And then, yes, please.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, the panelists, for your very, very useful comments and contributions. I think we came here to learn from each other, and this process is going on very well. But I want to mention a few things that I think are very critical for the performance of devolved governments. One is about what level of autonomy is there for these devolved governments. Because for them to effectively carry out their functions, then there must be some degree of autonomy for the local governments to initiate projects, implement them, and do the rest that goes with all that. And I can say for sure that if that does not find its space and backing of the law, then like the example that has been given, this can easily be withdrawn. And this game of moving forward and backward, which depends on the person who is perhaps at the helm, doesn't augur very well for people-driven developments and initiatives. So the force of law is very, very critical in ensuring that local governments are effective. Secondly, devolution gives opportunity to the devolved units, to the local governments, to initiate developments. And coupled with now the autonomy that is given to them, then they can make very fast decisions, bring on board investors, and be able to fast track actually the intentions and aspirations that are in SDGs, and therefore ultimately improves the lives of our people at the grassroots. We can now relate that to the East African integration agenda, in that they will be leveraging, okay, on the opportunities that are in the region because of their level of autonomy, to be able to, one, exchange programs with other regions where they find perhaps a lot that they can learn from, and in the process, improve services to our people. Also, the issue of funding for the local or county governments is very important, because the fiscal space is always limited, and there will be a tendency for the national government to withhold. And therefore, without resources, then you can be sure that there is very little that you can do. So these all must also find its way in our legislations, so that then the national government also does not have unlimited authority in terms of withdrawing or limiting or suffocating the local governments, because that is the easiest way to do. When we had at independence the regional governments in Kenya, the easiest way that they used to kill was to deny them resources. So these must find, in terms of advocacy, we must work on it to ensure that these resources are by law given to the local authorities. In Kenya, the constitution provides the minimum, the national government, the minimum revenue the national government must release to the county governments. And in most cases, they have been able to do more than the minimum. And in fact, what we are advocating now is the minimum to be increased, so that any administration that comes hereafter will have to abide by that. Now, also, local governments, particularly in Kenya now, with the county governments, given the kind of autonomy that they have been given, they have been able to put up facilities that attract investment, that attract activities, conferences, that serve the people better. For example, upgrading of hospitals to higher levels, providing them with equipments and facilities. Facilities that we used to go for at the center can now easily be found at the county levels. And some of these facilities are very, very critical. And I can imagine, I don't want to imagine even, that up to now, if we did not actually emphatically and legislatively devolve, then waiting for services from the center or expecting will be a very, very frustrating business. Finally, I know you don't have time, is that I know, like in our ministry, we have a function of cross-border initiatives. We have had an MOU with Uganda. I think the case of Karamoja is one of those. We have had an MOU with Ethiopia. We have started conceiving the one for Tanzania, so that then the mission of integration, the integration agenda of EACC, is actually actualized on the ground through these cross-border initiatives, because we are looking at the economy across the border and giving it the support, because normally the people are ahead of their states in terms of integration. We as states normally come from behind and support as is required, so that these facilities are provided across borders, and we learn from each other and facilitate the trade and other investments, so that we do not necessarily tie down our people because of the artificial borders that were fixed by the colonialists. We need to look at, from my view, from where I sit, and I will be more than happy to hear more from the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second, could we pass the floor to the Chargé d'Affaires? Second, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of Burundi to Rwanda. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you
The
very
floor is
much.
yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity, as I appreciate a lot and I followed with a lot of interest the speeches, presentations, and other interventions from all those who intervened. One of the things that I happened to capture with since yesterday about the East African community as it pertains to the decentralization process. Number two, if there is any catalyst, any accelerator, this body will play a very important role. In Burundi, the issue of decentralization goes back to 2009 when the parliament actually found it necessary to decentralize, and we are having 18 provinces with 119 communes, with the 2,639 localities, whereby actually life is found in a locality and the other implementations are done to the commune level. Actually, at the provincial level, it's about coordination and supervision, the local government level. We know that from there we need to deal with the provision of non-excludabilities, those are goods and the services, whereby we need to guarantee security to each and every person, whereby we need to enable each and every community member to be able, to solve his own problem, her own problems, as we build their capacities and actually regulating the practice to avoid the exploitation of the weaker citizen by the stronger citizen. If the local governments can really observe these roles that it is called to play, I will understand that the central or national governments will need to revisit its budgeting habits and offer all the support that is needed to the local government in all the perspectives so that the local government can play very well its role. When it comes to the issues related to responsibility and accountability, I look at the local government as a very close body to the population, whereby each and every citizen can see and say the leadership of this local leadership is good or bad, and actually transforming the living conditions of people will be easily done. For sure, I try to observe throughout our different nations in Africa, and I found that we've got very good text. But my prayer within our East African community is that we continue making a difference in implementing a fully fledged decentralization process by putting more efforts on the fiscal, that is financial decentralization, but not ending it at the political and administrative decentralization only. More again, with the equity from the central government, yes, we need a lot of means, but what is there can also serve with equity to each and every community. And the local government here, if it played very well the role of an enabler, I assume that the population knows its problems. They only need support in different perspectives to build their capacities through awareness creation, helping them know their problems and their needs, and building their capacities technically and financially. That will be a very good booster to the population. One who intervened talked about allocating the budget to a local government in accordance with what the latter can produce. That won't be justice. However, what will be good is about what are the needs in that community and act in accordance with that. Otherwise, there is a question which was asked by one speaker, when talking about how EALGA can penetrate into the EAC decision-making center, what I would like to end up with is about an official request to EAC to create a seat in the Ministers' Council for the ministers in charge of local governance, local government, and again, having the seat as an observer for the chairman of the East African Local Government Association. That will be very good if it happens to be. Again, if we happen to do that at each level of the local government in each and every nation in our member states, I will understand that harmonizing such a process will facilitate the free movement of people, the free movement of goods, services, and the capitals, and the exchange of the different expertise that we needed. I submit, dear Chair.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chargé d'Affaires. You are touching very, very important points, which somehow, if you can see, have also affected our brothers from Wako Burundi for not being here, free movement. So it is now it is high time we keep advocating as a local government to ensure that that free movement becomes a reality between colleagues. Honorable Governor of Eastern Province of Rwanda, the floor is yours. I think you have a lot to share with us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator, and the panelists and the members here present in your respective capacities. Looking at the EALGA, or rather East African Local Government Forum theme, looking at the theme, I take with concern two catchwords there: leveraging and fast-tracking. Looking at the leveraging, the role of government and county, role of local and county governments. So when you leverage, you make sure that you want to set a stage, or you position yourself, or you ensure that you are influencing events. And fast-tracking in this sense, meaning to expedite the action. So that now gives us the mission. What is our mission now? Because leveraging and fast-tracking preoccupies my mind to imagine my mission mandate that should be effective coordination, effective collaboration, effective communication, engagement, partnership, and probably innovations going forward. So, in our respective lines of duty, what are we doing to make sure that we fast-track achievements of the EAC integration agenda? Thank you so much for this forum. But now, we are confronted with 3 items that we need to connect more as a model. We are talking about the strategy, we are talking about the structure, and we are talking about the staff. The strategy is there. The structure is there. There is absence of a staff. So how do we access, how do we have a space in the structure? And by the way, also we are challenged by the should I say, the nomenclature, the naming of the staff. Do we want really at this time an observer? Or we want a liaison officer? So would we want to transit from observer to a liaison officer to a permanent staff? What do we want there? Yes, the structures are there, ministries, departments, and agencies, but we have also seen other agencies raising their voices and having a staff there. For example, in the defense and security, At the EAC headquarters, they have the Peace and Security Council. They have a staff. So what do we have there? And looking at the mission mandate of the observer, observer has limited access and limited participation. But a liaison officer has directly access, coordination, engagement, influence. So who has stopped us from even consulting with the leadership to seek for even a liaison officer than observer? Because an observer this time around can be even a sleeping partner. He can be there, he or she can be there with no influence, with nothing, just sitting there and observing. And in the meeting, he can be in attendance. In attendance, it means you have no point. But the liaison officer can access respective countries and then engage with them to see the models of Rwanda, the models of South Sudan, the models of Burundi, to see, peer learning and peer review, to comparative study. We talk about safe cities, moderator. We talk about smart governance. We talk about, smart cities. These are the new concepts that are coming up. Yesterday we were seeing the video, the city where we shall be going next time. And you could see the emerging city mushrooming infrastructure. We are talking about today's smart cities. So who is going to talk about this? An observer? I don't know much about this because this is my first time attending this forum. But let's have the strategy, look at the structure, seek for the staff and provide access, and seek for the access, and then influence the agenda so that our theme today of leveraging and then fast tracking becomes the real meaning of what probably we wish to have as a mission. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated, Honorable Governor. You are raising two pertinent questions which constitute the mission, not only for the incoming chair of EALGA to define what we want. Madam Secretary General of EALGA, you understand the mission. And I think this shall be the theme for the next session. We should discuss it extensively, and hopefully we shall draw actionable points beyond speeches. Over to you. But the governor has raised very, very important issues. How do we position ourselves? How do we influence decisions so that we can create impact? I think there is a session where I met with the governor a few years ago, and he said leadership is not about position, it is about action, not having a sleeping observer. It is about action. Thank you, Honorable Governor. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Moderator. Start by introducing myself. My name is Joe Aguirre. I come from Kenya. Currently, I am the CEO of AfriCities Kisumu 2022. But I'd like to talk to this particular topic because I've been involved for many years in the what we called in Kenya at that particular time the second liberation, and we were involved in the activities that led to the change of the constitution, finally to the new Kenya Constitution 2010. Now, everything has been said about lots of the channels that lead to the integration and the strength of the local governments. Now, I'm not going to talk or address the issues of the strengths and benefits of localization and devolution, and I think that is well understood. But I want us to think about the main theme here, leveraging the role of local governments and county governments to fast-track integration agenda. And the integration agenda, to me, is the big thing. And so my question, which I'm going to take only 2 minutes to suggest proposals to about how the local governments can help in the integration of East African community. One, let me start by addressing the challenge, the biggest challenge to integration. The first and the obvious one is what we call the national sovereignties and the national securities. For understandable reasons, every country, every government is very, very passionate about this. But the important thing is that the local governments need to look at how they present the national governments with the fait accompli, especially in the border areas. When you have joint projects in the border areas, the national governments will have no alternative but to support those. Now, how do you support joint projects in the border areas? First, you must have own funds. The national governments will not fund cross-border projects. So the money that the EALGA has at its disposal, a good chunk of it should be dedicated to advocacy towards geared and focused to the national governments to try and convince them that these projects are going to be there for good. Now, if the international community, and I wonder whether Claire Frost is still on, if we are getting funding, for example, for bodies like the EU, the UN, and so on and so forth, these should be it should be made mandatory that such financing or a good portion of the financing of EALGA should go towards cross-border projects, number one. And number two, to advocacy geared or focused at the national governments. This will force the hands of the national governments to accept and support cross-border projects, be they schools, be they hospitals, be they roads, and so on and so forth. Now, when those are in place, the national governments, in the guise of national security and national sovereignty, will think twice before they cut them or before they stop them. Now, this is starting integration from the ground upwards. Now, we got, I think, about 10 different border points within East Africa, if not more. Now, if these were working and functional, then you will find that you will have gone maybe 2 steps out of 10 towards integration, which is focused on local government and devolved government. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Need for advocacy and financing, but also support to devolved or decentralized entities. And the Chargé d'Affaires of Burundi made a strong statement when he said that local government are like mothers who know where babies are sleeping. And this is very, very important to understand the role of local government in this. And the concern of the Minister of Devolution in Kenya, whereby sometimes the government could kill local government through its hoarding resources, remains a matter of concern as well. I think we are understanding where we are heading in our conclusion. So we are coming back to the panel. Each one shall have only maximum 1 minute, the last word. Not meaning that you are dying, but concluding. Mr. Bob, what is your last word on this panel?
Thank you, moderator. I will try to use that 1 minute and submit something important. First of all, as Minister said, this session is not only like sharing of what is being done as far as decentralization is concerned, but also learning from each other. And there are some things that are being raised here that have been done, but you kind of reflect back and say, I should maybe add the voice and we scale it up. Like what the CEO has just said of cross-border projects. I think it's an important thing. If we're talking about leveraging, if we're talking about fast-tracking and translating regional integration, then let's see if you can re-engineer this. And at least each country, whatever, we try to scale up the cross-border projects initiative. I think it can help. Another thing, as from the panelists, from the colleagues, how do we focus more on these administrative entities that are closer to the communities? We have different terminologies needed. Some have wards, some have like sectors, some have like the parishes. But how do we focus more on these administrative entities that are closer to the communities as far as decentralization is concerned? On the question of how is our level of autonomy, I think as far as the decentralization is concerned, there are different categories. There's devolution in Kenya. Here we have decentralization of like political, administrative, and delegation. So, but the way of knowing it is the regular assessments, the regular evaluations. What are the people saying about, how are they appreciating what we are doing as far as service delivery, as far as economy? So if you do these assessments annually or regularly, you try to know how autonomous am I administratively. Do I hire my own staff and be able to pay them? Then if you're not, if you're at 50, if you're at 40, then you're not. Your level of autonomy also would be determined by how administratively do you control your human resource as far as decentralized or county governments you are. Politically, do people have voice and power? Do they hold accountable somebody they have voted in? Either be it a governor, be it a member of the council, county assembly. So how do these people have the autonomy as far as voice and power is concerned? You can measure that level of autonomy. Then financially, what percentage do I have? Yes, when I'm appropriating the laws by the legislature or the council, which percentage do I get? Do I get 10%? Do I get 50? Do I get 15? Do I get 35? So in doing that, and then carrying out the annual assessments, you can know the level of autonomy you have as far as decentralization or devolution is concerned. Then lastly, we can't only have the resources, the power without the fiscal, and the fiscal in its three categories of services, of finance, and administering those collections. We need to focus, man. It's a debate of fiscal. We can't only delegate the power and authority without resources, but I think it's a journey, as the moderator has said, it's a process. This can be tackled every time when having such a sessions like this one. But what I can submit, final moderator, is we are running from this forum. There's some projects ongoing. How do we scale it up, like the cross-border initiate projects? How do we learn from each other? And how can we raise that voice as far as for the associations is concerned? Thank you.
Chairperson of ALAT.
Thank you. On my side, apart for those which have learned here, I want to add one point from Tanzania, that in spite of the local government receiving the social services from the central government, even the local government are planning their own budget. They have their own budget, and even that which they are receiving from the central government, we are planning them from the local government. Therefore, even this, you can take it. It can be a lesson from Tanzania. Even me, I have learned more from my fellow who have contributed here. And think we are going to improve it according to decentralization in Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chairperson CAF.
Thank you, moderator. My final word is this, that I would urge the governments, the national governments that form the East African community, to have the political goodwill and to go on deliberate legislative measures and sufficient budgetary allocations to support and strengthen the decentralized and devolved governments, that is the smaller units of governments and governance in their countries. And this way we will strengthen the East African community. And I just want to give the analogy of climbing a tree. You always start from the bottom, not from the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. you start from the bottom and not from the top. And finally, if you are steady, you reach the top. Good. Mr. Chairman, EALGA, the last word.
Mine is only two. One is to all of us members of the Association of East African Community, East African Association, and EALGA, EALGF, to take advantage of our respective members of parliament in the EALA Assembly by sharing whatever we have been discussing here, because they become our voice in that platform. And also our respective ministers of East African Community. For us in Uganda, we are privileged. Our former speaker is a down-to-earth lady who always doesn't leave things unturned, so she will be able to support us in this endeavor. And of course, the other one is we should really enhance cross-border initiatives, as it was raised by the minister from Kenya. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You appeal to the members of EALA to look into the legal framework governing this structure we have. Mr. Chairman of EALGA, Innocent Women, incoming chair of EALGA, probably it is not your last word because you shall be chairing, but for this panel, it is your last.
Thank you, moderator. I think my take is first, I think it's a homework which we are getting from the discussion we have got as the chair of EALGA. I think we, as the chargé d'affaires of Burundi, and from the comments also from the governor for Eastern Province, we should fight for, not for observer status, but getting a seat or a liaison officer at the East African community. That is one of our homework. I think as we have mentioned yesterday, we are in the process for doing an MOU with East African community. I think we should look at that. And also another one, it's I can sense that there is a lot of work on advocacy as associations. We have a lot of work to do on advocacy, especially on fiscal decentralization, because if you don't have finance, you don't have power. That is my take. I think we need to do more advocacy, especially on finance decentralization as an association, because to allow our people, our citizens to get more power. If you have finance, you have power. If you don't have finance, you don't have power. That is our homework also as associations. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, dear audience, members in the audience, in your respective protocols. I think this is the end of this panel. The take-home points are well noted, building on the questions raised by the keynote speaker, Professor Izik, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Regional and Local Administration in the United Republic of Tanzania. I think the three questions you raised have been addressed throughout this discussion. I thank you all for your kind attention, and this was the panel. And on my behalf, as the moderator, but also the Secretary General of the host Local Government Association, I invite you to visit Rwanda, to visit local government of Rwanda beyond the meetings. It is my pleasure, and this is the end of the panel. Welcome, and thank you to all.
Our panelists and the audience for the contributions. Now, as he said, this is time for the next step. We are going to move to
Recording
the coffee
stopped.
pause, and let's convene to spend only 15 minutes there and come back immediately as we have convened to end our day as early as possible for you to prepare your departures. Thank you very much. PhD, a career diplomat, Director General of Africa at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda. She joined the Rwandan Foreign Ministry in 2007, with her first posting abroad as First Secretary that promoted to First Counselor in Dar es Salaam, United Republic of Tanzania. In 2013, she was transferred to Ottawa, Canada, as First Counselor. Since 2013, she served as Chargée d'Affaires AE at the High Commission of Rwanda in Ottawa. Let's extend a warm welcome to Ms. Shakila Omutoni as the moderator. Madam, you are welcome. And I hand over to you for the rest of the discussions. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, local government leaders, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for investing your time with us for this upcoming panel. As they said, my name is Shakila Omutoni, Director General of Africa at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator for this panel. We have an amazing panel on strengthening engagement with the East African community, where we'll be talking about relationships between various stakeholders in order to translate the EAC policy and framework and regulatory framework for action towards an effective EAC integration of the East African Legislative Assembly. Umukiza Françoise holds a master's degree in gender and development, and she's now a PhD candidate at the Open University of Tanzania since 2018. Currently, she serves as a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly since 18th of December of 2017. She was appointed by cabinet 3 times in various capacities. It is not possible to be exhaustive in introducing Honorable Umukiza. She has a very long and impressive CV, but I will leave it at that and for the interest of time. But please, she's still around and feel free to interact with her to get to know more about Honorable Françoise Umukiza. Honorable Françoise Umukiza, please make your way to the podium. At the same time, may I kindly ask my panelists to also come and join me on the podium. Ms. Lillian Alex Kimaro, Mr. Maurice Tayebwa, and Mr. Lamech Wesonga, please come on the stage and join your seats. Honorable Françoise, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, DJ Shakila, for the invite. I'm really honored to be here so that we can discuss about the agenda of today. Without further ado, Honorable Minister of Local Government of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Jean-Marie Vianney Gatabazi, I'm sure you are not in this room, but you can hear me, because the technology has made everything possible. Then, Honorable Jilalo Abdul Bahari, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Devolution of Kenya, Honorable Chairperson of East African Local Government Associations. I know You were replaced by someone else yesterday. Given that the handover is not yet done, you are still in that position. But we welcome the new member as well. Heads of diplomatic missions here present, we recognize the presence of Mr. Sylvain Nzohabonayo, chargé d'affaires à l'ambassade de la République du Burundi au Rwanda. Honorable governors here present, honorable permanent secretaries, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on the time. I don't have a watch here. Mwaramutse cyangwa mwiriwe. Bonjour. Kumekucha. May I, on behalf of the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, Right Honorable Martin Karol Ngoga, and on my own behalf, I first and foremost express my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Local Government, Republic of Rwanda, and Chairperson, I may say Emeritus, of the East African Local Government Forum, Honorable Gatabazi Jean-Marie Vianney, for honoring us with this invitation. I bring all greetings from the Right Honorable Martin Ngoga Karol, who is currently presiding over our plenary in Arusha, Tanzania. I wish to reiterate that the East African Legislative Assembly is committed to enhancing cooperation forum, the EALGF, and I hope I'm able to fit in his big shoes. It's not easy, as I share my thoughts with you all on the topic, the East African Community EAC legislature and the current linkages to subnational and local government for an effective EAC integration agenda. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the EAC is the region intergovernmental organization of the Republic of Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of South Sudan. The community was established through the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community that was signed on 30th November 1999 by the founding partner states, namely the Republic of Kenya, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of Uganda. The Republic of Burundi and Rwanda joined the EAC on the 1st of July 2007, while the Republic of South Sudan acceded to the treaty on 3rd March 2016. The vision of the community is to be a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united East Africa, while its mission is to widen and deepen economic, political, social, and cultural integration in order to improve the quality of life of the people of East Africa through increased competitiveness, value-added production, trade, and investment. The community envisages to realize its vision and mission through 4 progressive integration stages, namely the customs union, effective since 2005, the common market, effective since 2010, the monetary union, and the political federation through a political confederation as a transition stage. The community has established organs and institutions to spearhead its regional integration agenda. Article 9 of the treaty, it is very important to show you the treaty for those who are seeing it for the very first time. The treaty is this book that is really moving and governing the EAC. And under this book, Article 9 of the treaty established 7 organs, namely the Summit of Heads of State, the Council of Ministers, the Coordination Committee, the East African Court of Justice, the East African Legislative Assembly, sectoral committee, and the secretariat. There are also 10 EAC institutions which have been established through protocols. Bills required for the establishment of 2 more institutions, which are the key prerequisite for the operationalization of the EAC Monitoring Union Protocol, have been enacted by EALGA, namely the East African Community Monitoring Institute Bill 2018 and the East African Community Statistics Bureau Bill 2018. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was really impressed by the content of the Memorandum of Understanding between EAC and this forum. Let me go there because I have to highlight 3 aspects from that Memorandum of Understanding. It's between the Secretariat of the East African Community and the East African Local Government Associations. I highlight, aware of the need for cooperation between the EAC, Secretariat, and EALGA in improving efficiency and effectiveness in implementing the treaty established as shown below. Second, recognizing that the major goal of the EAC and its major objectives include the raising of the standard of living of the East African people and specifically involves. I'm not reading all the involvement. I will just highlight why I was impressed and people-centered development. I proceed, number 7 of these goals, I may call them goals or objectives, adhering to the principles of equity, mutuality of benefits, and people-centeredness. And then I go to the following observation, that partner states have differing local government systems in East Africa, through which local governments are created. Partner states regard local governments as the government closest to the people and have vested them with mandates and powers for facilitating local development and service delivery. Lastly, in acknowledgement that local governments are vital and critical for existence and survival of the EAC, and yet there is a weak representation of local governments in the structures of the EAC, which include the Council of Ministers, the Coordination Committee, the Sectoral Council, the Secretariat, and the East African Legislative Assembly. And yet, the treaty is permitting, meaning allowing the local government to join. So we'll see what to do. The East African Legislative Assembly then is established under Articles 9 and 49 of the treaty as the legislative organ of the community. Article 49 bestows upon the Assembly the legislative oversight and representative functions of the community on all matters within the purview of the EAC. The Assembly has a membership comprising 9 members elected by each partner state, ex-official members consisting of the minister or assistant minister responsible for EAC affairs from each partner state, the Secretary General, and the Council to the Community, CTC. Currently, the Assembly has 59 elected members and 8 ex-official members, totaling to a membership of 62, representing over 177 million citizens of the EAC region, our people. But we are a part of this number here. The core functions of the Assembly are to liaise with the national assemblies of the partner states on matters relating to the community, to debate and approve the budget of the community. And I'm a member of the committee called the General Purpose Committee dealing with the budget. To consider annual reports on the activities of the community, annual audit reports of the Audit Commission, and any other reports referred to it by the Council of Ministers, to discuss all matters pertaining to the community and make recommendations to the Council of Ministers as it may deem appropriate for the implementation of the treaty. to make its own rules of procedure and those of its committee, and to perform any other functions as conferred upon it by the treaty. This book is called East African Community, the East African Legislative Assembly, the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, 2015 edition, so we have them already. As far as current linkages to subnational and local government is concerned, at EALA, we recognize the significance of EALGF as a key player in promoting effective decentralization, empowering local government to deliver development at the local level, and bring regional actors in the local government together in addressing the key challenges facing the local government, and build a stronger relationship between the local government and the EAC. Article 49, sub-article 2A of the treaty provides that the assembly shall liaise with the national assemblies of the partner states on matters relating to the community. Article 65 of the treaty further provides for relations between EALA and the national assemblies of the partner states, whereby it enjoins the clerk of the assembly to transmit copies of bills and records of all relevant debates of the assembly to clerks of national assemblies. It's through such fora that the recommendations from the reports, which are to be implemented by the local governments, are transmitted to them by the ministries of EAC affairs and local government. The local governments can also link with EALA through petitions. A case scenario is the petition that EALA received from the Trans-Nzoia County Assembly in Kenya. The petition was in relation to construction of one-stop border point at Swam. Swam is the name of that area. And through the standing committee called the CTI, Communication, Trade, and Investment, an oversight was done. They went there to hear from the people, the local leaders, and now they are producing the report. And what I have heard, because the report is not yet to be presented to the House, but I have heard that they are supportive to build that one-stop border post at that area. Through outreach programs during rotational sittings, we rotate. Though the headquarters is at Arusha, but we sometimes hold our meetings in Nairobi, capital cities, Nairobi, Zanzibar, Dodoma. We have been everywhere. Even in Juba, we are yet to go. We have been here in Kigali, Bujumbura, just rotational basis. The assembly visits and talk with the villagers, local leaders, rural peasants, business community, scholars, civic societies, professional associations, and continuously take into account their views about the type of the community they would really want. EALA interacts with the local government through the tree planting exercise in an initiative known as the Green Bunge Project. We have been in Dodoma, for instance. We planted more than 5,000 trees there. It was really a joint action, and it was appreciated by the University of Dodoma. Green Bunge initiative aims at conserving the environment as part of the Assembly's contribution to the SDGs, while at the same time creating an environment for rapport with the various stakeholders. Beyond this, the Assembly reaches out to the various citizens and stakeholders by associating itself in social activities that bring the people together. Specifically, it participated in the Umuganda community work projects and the Ibikorwa Rusangi community work in the republics of Rwanda and Burundi, respectively, where they interacted with the local governments. The Assembly further interacts with the local governments and its communities through sensitization program. During these activities, EALA members sensitize the population or popular community on the integration agenda. It's also through this avenue that the registrators get feedback on the integration agenda from the EAC citizens. It's against this background therefore, that we are here to further strengthen and consolidate our partnership and collaboration to strengthen the role of local government in the region integration process. Let me also share quickly, I'm about to finish, about kind of resolutions from what I heard yesterday and the continuing discussions today. In the aforementioned, the Assembly as the people's representative ordinarily engages with various key stakeholders. They include, but not necessarily limited to, citizens of East Africa, including the youth. I don't know if Aisha is here today with us. Aisha, you are here. Good. The youth will liaise with you, and there is a member that started the bill, the council bill, the youth council bill, but we are still looking at it, and it is under the committee I'm a member of. Women's group, children, persons with disabilities, the elders, students in higher institutions of learning, and the rural populations. Other groups include the civil society, the private sector, and media. By closing ranks by such groups through enhanced sensitization activities, EALGA is supporting the central government to ensure local governments are playing the four roles of the central government, which are providing goods and services, guaranteeing security, regulating their practice in society, enabling the population to perform, making the citizens better equipped to be ambassadors of the integration process. This aspect of enablers was also highlighted by one of the previous speakers in the public, I think, the chargé d'affaires en français, the chargé d'affaires representing Burundi. The summit of the East African Community, heads of state, is further categorical that sensitization needs to be enhanced, and the members of the summit have confidently delivered the similar messages to the EALGA at the various special sittings. Some issues are to be considered if we really want to achieve strong and sustainable linkages to subnational and local government for an effective EAC integration agenda. The central government to consider to supporting the financing of local governments in national budgets, because in many countries. The EAC Council of Ministers to create a new seat for local government ministers at the regional level to ensure the role of local government is recognized as requested by the previous keynote speaker, Professor Riziki, PS from the United Republic of Tanzania. Also, the DG, Bob Gakire, proposed for the local government to be given an observer status at the Secretariat, and it is what I was just highlighting in this memorandum of understanding. It is clear, it's not difficult, it's always a journey. So we will continue, and under oversight activities, I will make sure I submit the report so that we can proceed with the oversight. The local government to facilitate full participation of the population in the formulation of policies, given that EAC is a people-centered and market-driven community. The central government to build the operational capacities of local governments in all domains of social life. The central government to enforce control mechanisms to create and foster the culture of responsibility and accountability in the service delivery to the population and the good management of the public goods. No corruption. The Council of Ministers to fast-track the assent to the EAC Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 for assent. And this was brought to us by the Honorable Minister of State, Minafet, yesterday during our gala dinner. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Finally, I wish to assure you of EALGA's readiness and also commitment to work with you and strengthen the role of local government in driving the EAC integration agenda. And I assure you that I will diligently submit this report to the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm standing up here on his behalf for consideration of its recommendation. I thank you for your attention. Murakoze, merci, asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Françoise Umukiza. I think you really set the tone for the rest of the conversation we are going to have with this distinguished panel here present. And you also responded to so many questions that were asked in the previous discussion on the panel with the local leaders. I'll now turn to our panel, which is titled Strengthening Engagement with the EAC. Really, this is a very, very important topic that affects all of us in this room and so many others in our countries, as we all aspire to live in a fully integrated EAC. And this full integration can only be possible if we strengthen the engagement with all the stakeholders, mainly the local leaders, as we heard from the previous discussion. According to the Africa Regional Integration Index, the East African community is the most integrated regional economic organization in Africa. Indeed, trade-related integration is more advanced in other regional economic communities in Africa, as demonstrated by the introduction of common external tariffs. And this is just one example of how EAC has been integrating. But we all agree that integration is not only trade-related, right? As stated in the EAC Treaty, the mission of the community, as stated by the Honorable Françoise, is to widen and deepen economic, political, social, and cultural integration in order to improve the quality of life of the people of EAC through increased competitiveness, value-added production, trade, and investments. And I'm very glad that we have here a diverse panel with a different background relevant to the EAC integration agenda, bringing in perspectives from the legislative point of view, from the civil society, from the business, and we also have a representative actually from the East African Community Secretariat. Now, before I bring in our panel, I want to make a quick quiz in this room. I want to take the temperature and see what we feel about integration in EAC. How many of you, by a show of hand, how many of you think that EAC is not integrated at all? Good. How many of you think EAC is fully integrated? Okay. So how many of you think EAC is on track of integration? Wonderful. That's awesome. So I think we are on the right track. And I hope our panelists have seen those hands, and we'll try to address that. So our goal today is really that whatever your role is in East Africa and your role in the integration process, that you will come away with something new, like a new idea, a fresh perspective, a new strategy that we can apply to be more successful in that work of contributing to an effective EAC integration. Now I'm going to invite my panelists to deliver their opening statements, but I really want to ask you to focus more on your perspective. What are the capacities that are needed to enhance the engagement with other EAC stakeholders, but mainly in relation to working closely with the local leaders? I will start with ladies first. I will start with Ms. Lillian Alex Kimaro, who is the acting CEO of the East African Civil Society Organization Forum. But she's more than that. She's also the chairperson of the Regional Dialogue Committee of the EAC SG Consultative Dialogue Forum, right? Yes. And the committee's role is to process the concerns of the non-state actors and civil societies to advise the Secretary General. So that is going to come up in a second. I'll give you the floor. I want to introduce first all the panelists. Second, we will hear from Mr. Lamesh Wesonga, who is the Manager of Policy and Standards at the East African Business Council. And then we'll hear from Mr. Maurice Tayebwa, who is the Program Officer at the EAC Secretariat. Again, Maurice has another role, and that came up in the previous discussions, where there was a recommendation to have a focal point at the EAC Secretariat. And I'm glad to inform you that Mr. Maurice was recently actually appointed the focal liaison officer for the EALGA at the EAC Secretariat. So with that, a warm welcome to our panelists. We expected to also have Dr. Kevin Desai, the Principal Secretary for the Ministry of East African Affairs in Kenya. I'm not sure if you'll be able to join us online, but I want to also recognize that Dr. Kevin Desai is also a member of this panel. So without any further ado, Ms. Lillian will open up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakila, and thank you for this opportunity to actually be in this important panel. I actually am glad with the presentation that we have just had from Honorable, and it has actually set the ground on basically how the whole engagement with the East African community actually happens at the regional level. So as she has already introduced me, I am Lillian, and I work with the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum. And just to go back to the treaty that Honorable has already referred to, I would like to just begin with that introduction. And in the formation of the East African community, now the revival, the second term when it was being revived in 2000, there was need to evaluate some of the issues or some of the reasons why we had the collapse of the first East African community in the first place. And it was in this discussion and it was in this evaluation that they realized there was no direct involvement of the citizen seeing the processes of the East African community, engaging with the East African community directly. So they saw that there was need to have more involvement of the people of the East African community working together with the community. And so it was in this, as in the treaty, again, I have not carried my copy, but my Honorable already has the copy, on Article 127, no, thank you. On Article 127, that is where it stipulates for the engagement of the community with the civil society, together with the private sector. And that is how you see us here today. I'm here representing the civil society in East African community, and with my colleague here representing the private sector. So basically, and also other interest groups. Now, when you speak of interest groups, that is where now we also engage with now other groups such as EALGA, we have the health platforms, we have the trade unions, we have the youth. I've seen the presence of the East African youth networks here. And we also have other platforms like employers and the lawyers as well that we engage with. So all together here, we ensure that at least we have a representation of the different people from the community. We have a voice from the different stakeholders that are also, from the different partner states in the community. So as the civil society now, I'll speak as an engagement that we actually have with now a framework, a dialogue framework that we formed, the consolidative dialogue framework. That also, this is also one of the areas, or I've heard of the morning discussions where members were questioning on how they actually engage with the East African community. Yes, and I take it that the discussion, and also I take it as a recommendation that we have seen that there's a necessity of having a council, a local government's council, and we have East Africa here, they will confirm with us on how that can happen. So basically, there's also now the platform that currently we are actively working and engaging with the EALGA, that is the Consolidative Dialogue Framework, where it's a framework now, all these stakeholders, as I've told you, the private sector, the civil society, and together the interest groups, get to meet up together and have a regional dialogue committee. And in this, this committee basically this is how we actually now streamline our issues now to the national level, because we get representations from every partner state. We ensure that we have representation from every East African partner state. If it's civil society, you have the civil society voice from every East African partner state. So at this point, then we come together, discuss issues that are trending in that in the particular year, because basically we have a Secretary General's Forum every year. It's an annual ongoing forum. So through this, then we come up with our issues that we see that we need to have addressed. And through that, that's how we streamline these recommendations, and they are all carried together. We come up with a theme, and we have managed to have this Secretary General's Forum for quite a number of times. We actually expected to have our 6th, huh? Oh, it's the 7th, yes. So we have managed to have it, and we've been moving from different partner states as to mobilize more and create more awareness to the citizen of East African community. So this has been a very, I can say this has been a very vibrant and a very common engagement that we have been having as civil society together with the people. We make sure that we forward our recommendations. So at this point now I'm speaking about EALGA. As I'm seeing here, we already have representatives from local governments. Basically, the room is maybe full with most of them from Rwanda, given that we're in Rwanda. But again, we have representatives from other countries. So it is through that you come up with the discussions and the trending issues that you see. I've seen that we've been discussing issues around trade disputes, the challenges that we have across the borders, and I'm seeing the local governments are the main people. They're the essential people that we can actually see how we engage with, to see how we settle these differences that we have. So basically, this is how we come up with these recommendations and ensure during the annual Secretary General's Forum that happens every year, we mention these recommendations. We mention, not recommendations, but these issues, we try and raise them for him to actually take them forward to the Ministerial Council. So that is also a very, I can say it's also a build-up platform that we can build most of the issues that we are discussing here. I've heard about a lot of issues about the representation, formal representation of the EALGA, them having the observer status with the Ministerial Council. It is also through this platform that you can actually bring these recommendations forward to the Secretary General for him to take action. And so that is how basically we have been engaging directly with the East African community. So it starts from the national level, where you bring up your issues and then you take them to the regional level, and they're being for them to be adopted. We have managed to come up with a number of issues, like we've seen some of the successes that we have tried to achieve over the years is reducing or completely removal of the labor permits that we have had in the East African states. If you recall, in the back, working across the partner states was quite a bit a challenge. But through this, this dialogue that we have actually been having, we have managed to raise a voice to some of these issues that have been quite a challenge. I will not mention all of them. We have a number of successes that we have attained over the years. I think others will also be discussed by the business sector. But basically, I can say that just wanted to highlight the formal, or I can say the recognizable forum that us as civil society and other stakeholders, interest to the East African community, have been engaging to ensure that we push forward the agendas and the issues of the people of East African community and make sure that they are presented and implemented at the regional level. So basically, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lillian. So we understand that there's a lot that is being done, and you are making sure that the community belongs to the people, and there is a channel to hear the concerns and also address them. So I would like now to invite our next speaker, Mr. Maurice Tayebwa, or maybe I'll call you next after I hear the perspective from the business community. We heard about cross-border issues and the role of the local government. So what's the level of engagement as we speak now, and where do you see the challenges, and how can we make sure that there's a constant dialogue between the business community, the local governments, to ensure that trading across the borders becomes easy?
Thank you so much, Ambassador. To the audience, we thank you for this opportunity to engage with the local governments here. I think this is an important forum which is bringing key stakeholders within the integration process of our region is concerned. Like you rightly introduced me, I'm from the East African Business Council, the body mandated with advocating for the interests of the private sector within the EAC integration. We derive our mandate from Article 7 of the EAC Treaty, which is a people-centered and market-driven integration. And we come in from the angle of being market-driven, the forces of demand and supply, which is basically the private sector driving the integration agenda. We also proceed to derive our mandate from Article 127, 128, 129 of our treaty. So what we do is we engage the policymakers at the regional level to ensure that the key policy priorities are submitted to us by the business community is considered at the regional level. We also engage at national level with the different agencies in ensuring that we have an enabling business environment, because from the region or from the national level, you trade with the region. From Kenya, you trade with Uganda, you trade with South Sudan, Rwanda trades with Tanzania, and so on. So our role is to ensure that there's a seamless flow of trade across the border, and we encourage that we have more of increased cross-border trade as well as investment. Looking at the current levels, we see that intra-EAC trade is below 15%, is at an average of 15%. And in comparison to other well-established blocks across the globe, for example, the European Union, which is currently trading at about 60%, we see that we still have a role to play as a business body in engaging the policymakers to ensure that trade flows across the region. We diverse our products as a region to ensure that we eliminate all these kind of non-tariff barriers, many of them related to denials of preferential market access for EAC originating goods. Putting into consideration that as a region, we have signed the EAC Common Market Protocol as well as a Customs Union Protocol. So our role is to ensure that what the region has signed, all the instruments we have, are actually being applied and they are favorable for business to take place. Getting back to the way we engage with the local governments, I think for now we are grateful that within our dialogue framework at the regional level, we have now the EALGA, because why we come together is we want to bring all these different aspects, all these different challenges the business community faces to ensure that we address it, or we address them within ourselves as a dialogue party, eventually coming up with the key resolutions, which we then submit to the Secretary General for consideration. Of course, there have been some issues which the private sector has reported to us that are concerning the operations of the local governments, the counties, and so on. There's different levies and charges which are imposed on or charged by the different local governments to the private sector. Of course, some of which are good for revenue generation purposes, and some of which we feel they are impediments to the operations of the private sector. But we recognize the critical role being played by the counties, by the local governments, by the districts, and so on in trying to promote trade. Like, for example, the counties, the local governments, and so on have always put aside budgets to construct key trade corridors. There is no way goods can move from one place to the other without using those feeder roads, the small roads which the counties are constructing, the infrastructure which the local governments have put in place. We, the private sector, are the ones who are actually utilizing those same corridors to reach our destination markets. They are very, very critical in facilitating trade, in facilitating the movement of goods, whether from the farms, there are tomatoes, there are cabbage that are being practiced by, or being cultivated by the Wakina Mama, or there are oranges, or other fruits. We see that the local governments play a critical role. When we talk in terms of the Northern Corridor, for example, from Mombasa through Uganda to Rwanda and eventually up to DRC, we see that the Northern Corridor actually goes through the local governments. So it is very critical that the local governments have played a critical role in ensuring that trade is moving from one part of the region to the other. These highways, like the good highways I've seen in, for example, Kisumu, and I'm happy the governor is here. Those are highways which are making goods move. Without the highways done by the counties, without the highways done by the districts in some partner states, we cannot move. And we see a critical part which is being played by the local governments in facilitating trade to move. Without the key transport corridors, we cannot move. We cannot move our goods across the community. So we look at engaging, enhancing the role of EALGA in engaging the business community to ensure that some of these key obstacles, the ones we call in Kiswahili, vikwazo, are actually put on table, addressed such that at the level of doing business, business is moving, and at the level of generating revenue, the local governments are able to generate revenue. But for us to engage, we need to have this continuous dialogue at the EAC level. And we are glad EALGA has, when you look at the voice which is now coming out of our dialogue framework at the regional level, we see the EALGA voice is coming out strongly, and from our angle, you as the local governments from across the region, you need to support EALGA in ensuring that you raise even that voice even further. Given our scenario as a business council, we have quite a number of officers. We are headquartered in Arusha. We have quite a number of officers who are supporting the private sector from each of the partner states to ensure that those key issues are actually raised. So they need to enhance the capacity of EALGA in terms of human resource or even financial resource organization. Rwanda Private Sector Federation. In Kenya, we have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. In Burundi, we have the Federal Chamber of Industry. In Tanzania, we have the Tanzania Private Sector Federation. In South Sudan, we have the South Sudan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And then in Uganda, we have the Private Sector Foundation. And in each of these organizations, these are the top umbrella bodies of the private sector within that particular national state and that particular partner state. And how we engage is that, one, we go to the national level to engage through our national focal points, and two, we organize a regional consultative engagement. So we make sure that the national level is able to sit, issues are discussed, and key resolution or key proposals which are regional in nature are then forwarded to us. So once they come to us, as EABC, we have a team of technical experts, various sectors who are able to sit to concretize what are some of these key issues which have come from each partner state. Some of them are varying in positions, so our role is to ensure that we sit, we harmonize, and we take a coordinated and harmonized position to the policymakers. Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wesonga. I think we all understand the challenges that are still there, especially in terms of trading amongst ourselves in the East African community. You heard about the numbers in terms of the volume of trade, the intertrade between countries in the EAC, and some of the challenges are related to tariff and non-tariff barriers. And much as policymakers do what they do, and we'll hear in a moment what is being done at the Secretariat through the partner states initiatives. But it's also understandable that local governments have a key role to play in making sure that there is a climate that is really good for business in East Africa. We will come back to that in a moment, but right now let me invite our last but not least panelist, Mr. Maurice Taebwa, who is with the EAC Secretariat. So you heard from the perspective from the civil society, from the private sector, our keynote speaker, who is from the parliament. So please try to tell us, in view of all those challenges, what is being done at the Secretariat? What are the key initiatives that you think it's worth sharing with people here so that we can have a good sense of where the community is going? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the keynote speaker, because she really laid the ground on where we get our mandate from, what we do, how we do it, and we have had the whole nexus now between the EAC and the citizens through the consultative dialogue framework. And I think the consultative dialogue framework was adopted in 2012, and since then we've been actively engaging with the dialogue parties. Definitely there are challenges, there are unmet targets, but I think we've done well. We've had up to 160 recommendations that have come from the Secretary General's Forum. And of those recommendations, I think the ones which are fully implemented are not yet even up to 50, which also maybe resonates with what we heard from the private sector, because most of these recommendations are business related, but we also have recommendations that are civil society related, for example, on governance, constitutionalism, human rights. All those recommendations come through the Secretary General's Forum, and they go to the decision-making body, which is the Council of Ministers. And then the Council of Ministers forwards them to the respective sector councils. So we have different sector councils which deal with sector issues. So for example, if it's an issue on trade, it will go to a sector council of ministers responsible for trade. And that is the direct way in which decisions and dialogues become policy. And we've tried as much as possible. We have a matrix which helps us to track our progress, but a lot more can be done. But that notwithstanding, we also engage the private sector, the business community, and other interest groups in the normal day-to-day integration process. Because yes, we are guided by the treaty, but also, as we heard from the presentations yesterday, we have a vision. We have Vision 2050, which is divided in 5-year development plans. And right now we are on the 6th development plan, and it's this that gives us the areas in which we can expand and implement the treaty. And as we implement as sectors, we engage directly with the civil society, with the private sector, with all the interest groups. I'm glad the honorable member spoke about all the interest groups that intrigued yesterday's discussions, and I'm happy to actually work for the department that deals with all of them. So all those are under the youth, the women, the children, the older persons, the persons with disability, under one sector council. But now the sector, together, our sector, which is the gender and community development sector, works together with the investment and private sector engagement department, and then the SG's office to now engage through the consultative dialogue framework. So these sector councils discuss all these matters. Then as we implement the development strategies, as I mentioned, we constantly get policies, directives from the Council of Ministers, which again, we keep implementing. And I think also from the analysis that we've done last week, we were with the monitoring experts looking at how far we've gone with the implementation of council decisions. And I think we've done well, though an academician will say that we've done well on obvious things, that is doing policies, but policies are important. We've done well on enacting policies. We need to translate all these policies into action, and maybe probably this is our entry point working with governments. So at the Secretariat, we are open to work with all stakeholders. We have a technical working group from the private sector has formed a technical working group so that all these issues are mainstreamed in different sectors. We have many sectors according to the areas of cooperation in the treaty. The civil society, we hope, because right now the mode of engagement is the sectors reaching out to the civil society, but the private sector has taken that initiative to reach out to these sectors through that technical working group. And I hope this is a good practice which the local governments can also take up on, to form a technical working group. And this technical working group should not only be at regional level, it should also translate at national level, because while we sit in Arusha and engage with countries and do policies, implementation is at the national level. So the ministries responsible for EAC affairs at the national level come in handy. They are crucial because they are coordinating ministries. And in this case, I think we also would love to have a structure of cooperation between the ministries of local government and the ministries of EAC affairs, so that now with that tripartite, we can work with other organs, institutions. The Honorable mentioned the institutions we have, which are actually within all the partner states. I think Rwanda hosts 2. I know one is TECO. Yeah, I think Uganda has the bulk of the institutions. Yeah, so there are institutions, there are organs, the ESCJ, I think all these bodies have used the ESCJ very well. The civil society is always bringing court cases, the private sector, same. And the ESCJ will also take the opportunity, they are not here, to mention that they are celebrating 20 years this year. So they are our partner, EALGA is our partner, and I think we work together. So our aim now and the opportunity is to strengthen that role we can do through EALGA to the national level.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maurice. I think you heard it, what he said. Doors are open for more improvement on how to engage more with all the stakeholders, but mainly with the local government. now there is a suggestion on how we can put in place a framework of coordination and consultation between ministries in charge of EAC and ministries in charge of local government. So I think this is something to explore. So we heard from the perspective of all the panelists here. As I stated at the beginning, we have another panelist, and he is Dr. Kevin Desai, who is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of East African Affairs in the Republic of Kenya. And maybe just to remind that this year, Kenya is the chair of the East African Community. So we are very honored to have you, Mr. Principal Secretary. You heard about all the challenges that have been raised by the previous speakers. And it's our hope that you will bring in that perspective from the chairmanship of EAC, but also as a partner state on its own in Kenya. How maybe can we share some of the best practices that can be helpful in addressing some of those challenges, especially in making sure that we strengthen the partnerships and networking between EAC and local government. The floor is yours, Mr. Principal Secretary.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I'm very pleased to be with you here today, and in particular on this subject of how we can further transform what we're doing collectively as partner states with the benefit that the EAC espouses by way of ensuring that, that trade and services and the economy are drivers for social, economic, and environmental solutions, and promoting that very high level of inclusive development and resilience of our partner state economies. And therein lies the opportunity and the potential, because when we look at markets and collective markets of several partner states, then it becomes possible for all to have large-scale opportunities by way of services, as well as trade, as well as any form of economic activity, whether it's the financial sector or the insurance sector, the services sector. All of these sectors have a profound capability of being not only resilient, but sustainable and transformative, and could then lead to the stepping stone for international markets by way of the volume and requirements that they require. And so within the context of what I've heard from civil society, EALGA, as well as the business sector, the East African Business Council, I think it's every right for their organizations to consistently perfect how they're able to further dialogue and create the frameworks to ensure that they're part and parcel and are involved in policy formulation, as well as standards and legislation and regulation, together with the ability to have a say in public partnerships in infrastructure development to complement government efforts, and at the same time promote that necessary coordination structures through EALGA and the EAC, and find ways in which they're able to build more content and capacity in order to address the requirements. And it's this ecosystem that the EAC has embarked on to date, and since the founding fathers put their efforts around it, that now yields 15% of intra-trade. But what we do know is that we're far short of the full potential of EAC, and that is 60%. I would think that the key here is indeed to involve local governments, county governments, because after all, they are the foundation for economic activity. It's through the county governments that they would find their own niche and determined opportunities to expand services, as well as trade and so on. And so within this context, the policies and legislations at national level, even in Kenya's context by its constitution, devolve through the structures and into county governments. County governments, on the other hand, have to realize and have to be able to see the larger part of the investment by way of ensuring that they appreciate that their counties would benefit greatly by accessing much larger markets and inter-county collaboration. This indeed is all within the platform that the East African community has created by way of ensuring that they harmonize standards within the East African community, that they identify key priority sectors like, for example, leather, textile, mining, and other key areas like biomedical technologies, etc., to play that role by way of ensuring that market access is available. And so I think that all our efforts have to be put consistently in ensuring that we look at this from a systematic perspective and almost create a push-pull effect between the county and the national government and the EAC and partner states. This in turn would see that their value proposition indeed lies with the possibility of increasing access to markets, and this in turn would greatly build further capacity within our economies. Now, all of this is extremely serious, even as we address social issues like food security. Food security highly depends on a systematic approach where we'd be able to ensure that we look at value chains like grain on an end-to-end ecosystem. Today, if we look at agriculture, 60 to 70% of the cost is transportation. And we need to reduce this so that greater profits are accessible to farmers and all those that are involved across the entire value chain. This would mean that a concerted effort within the East African partner states has to be made by way of improving the time and cost of transport systems. So it's also the complementary infrastructure, together with the county governments, that have a huge role to play in ensuring that we are competitive. Even if we look at the doing business ecosystem in counties, it would mean that counties adhere to greater levels of productivity, innovation, and efficiency by way of legislations, policies, and regulations. Those pertaining to starting a business, getting electricity, getting access to credit, being able to find ways in which we're able to effectively ensure taxes are paid in an efficient manner, thereby addressing the need for the business sector to focus on its key competency, and that is doing business, all the way to insolvency. And it's this framework that needs to be consistently developed and prioritized by way of EALGA's coordination capacity. Indeed, EALGA plays a significant role in tying all key stakeholders together, whether it's county governments, national governments, the civil society, the business sector, and partner states in their requisite countries. And I believe that it's through this upward linkage that we can create more meaningful policies, legislations, regulations, and standards, and ensure their proportionality to the extent that it is indeed an incentive for the business sector to be involved in the larger platform and opportunity. Even if we look at examples of very unique to East Africa are how the women traders, cross-border traders, make a significant contribution to cross-border trade. And I think that this is indeed an invaluable opportunity by way of realizing that border points can be trade hubs. In other words, they can amplify trade exponentially. We're looking at each border hub, whether it's, Kisumu or, Busia or Malaba or Lunga Lunga, could be the equivalent of a Dubai, thereby creating amplification systems into counties and giving them inter-access to cross-border trade opportunities and access to markets. And so what we're saying in simple is to ensure that we facilitate this and therefore enable businesses and people to access much greater markets. And within the protocol and policy of the EAC, this exists. But what needs to constantly happen is that the devolved governments and county governments need to promote this ecosystem. Indeed, they promote an existing ecosystem, which is internal and probably national, but this indeed is an opportunity where they need to come up front and say, you know, we would like to trade with the East African community, 170 million people as a county. We would like to collaborate with other counties to create niche sectors. And we would like to find ways in which we create a conducive environment to amplify trade and movement of people. I think that this would go a long way in trying to address what we're trying to seek as a solution as far as this forum is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, PS, for those very important insights. So we clearly understand that there's a lot that exists already in terms of policies, protocols, existing frameworks, but we also agree that more involvement of the local governments at various levels is still needed. And that will allow more competitiveness within the community to make sure that we trade better and we increase the capabilities within the local government, and that will allow us to be a prosperous community in East Africa. I'm very much aware of the time. I know we are behind schedule. So I would like really, before we close, to open up for the participants to maybe take one or two questions, and then we'll allow our panelists to react to that. I hope there are microphones in the room, so if you want to make a comment or ask a question, kindly be specific to whom you want to address the question. And let's try to be more specific and straight to the point so that we allow more people to take the floor. We'll start here, please.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate the moderator for the manner in which she has moderated this session, and the panelists for the able manner in which they have informed us of their specific roles in ensuring that the integration is fast-tracked. And I want to appreciate also the honorable member for the effective manner in which she delivered on behalf of the speaker the speech as the opening remarks. I must confess very, very quickly that I have a special interest in these issues because I've been a member of Pan-African Parliament, and therefore issues of integration were very, very key to us when we had the Pan-African Parliament, and even then East African community was the more integrated REC than others, and we could have done better. Now, looking at these issues, fast-tracking, I want to look at that word fast-track. How do you fast-track as local and county governments when the avenues have not been established? Where are the avenues to fast-track that? It is now that we are trying to put together an MOU, okay? And in that MOU, I don't know how much it has been exhaustively looked at by this forum. And also, the MOU, does it have a plan of actualizing integration that is required? Because mostly, like for example in Kenya, the county governments are the ones which are responsible for trade at the county level. So are they aware? Have they been sensitized on these issues so that they don't put unnecessary barriers to the effectiveness of trade? So where are the strategic plans for this in order to realize the aspirations of and the mission of the MOU? The MOU is also with the the MOU is also with the Secretariat. Is the East African Community, is the legislature, the Legislative Assembly, or is it aware of this? Has it discussed? And if yes, now that the honorable member is nodding that yes, they are aware, my question is it embedded in work of its committees so that this is done on a regular basis and they are very, very specific reports? Yes, I appreciate. I think the CSOs have done very well and they have raised these issues. The function, your meetings or your forums are once a year. Is that enough? This is the question that, you know, how do you make it more regular than that? And finally, as much as we are asking more from East African community, what has been given as responsibilities to EALGA to also put in place to make sure that they fast track these once probably the avenues have been put in place. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Mine is just straight. I'm also commenting on the MOU because I concur with the chairperson from URT, one of the previous panelists, that under the goal of EAC and major objectives, there is a sector that forgot to include the youth empowerment and also people with disability. And I would like to address my question straight to Mr. Tayebwa. Are you aware of this? I remember during the pre-budget conference, because I was part of it, we insisted that this group to be added, and they were added in the sector priority areas, if you can recall that event. So I think it's better to have them included, though they are counted under people of EAC. It's always good to specify because inclusion, especially people with disabilities, is very paramount for the people of EAC. And I think the MOU, we will make a follow-up, as I mentioned earlier, to make sure the process of integrating the local government, EALGA, under EAC, strategies, development, dialogue, all those things are done. Thank you very much.
Madam Moderator, let me thank you very much for this panel, and let me thank all the participants who have really made fantastic contribution. In general, we in the Council Governors in Kenya would really like to have very close interaction with both the EALA as well as the ministers or permanent secretaries in charge of this EALA. Why do I say so? Because some of the issues we're discussing here could easily be sorted out with that closer interaction. Let me give you an example. Listening carefully to my friend Kevin Desai, who made a fantastic presentation regarding some laws that might be passed by counties which then inhibit cross-border trade. This can be sorted out, and I want to propose to both the East African Legislative Assembly as well as the community that if we had offices or clearing systems so that when a county is proposing a law which relates to trade that may inhibit or affect cross-border trade, maybe just could be sent to a clearing system in the community just for consultation, for comment, before it becomes a law. I mean, it's very easy because counties don't do it because of malice. They do it because they want revenue. But they may not know that by getting revenue, they stop somebody from crossing the border to trade to the other side. The other thing I wanted to propose, you know, if you go to Busia, for example, you'll find that we have two customs services, one on the Uganda side, one on the Kenyan side. And they may easily be using different laws and procedures to clear goods coming across. So you may find on one side, if you are importing agricultural produce, you may take longer at the border than your fellow on the other side. So could we harmonize these things really to stop these things happening? And finally, Kevin talked very passionately about market access, and Wasonga too about market access and doing business in East Africa. The issue has been with us since the old East African community, quite honestly. And I think that we need to find a solution about it, because year in, year out, talking about market access and having ease of market access is something that we can solve, I do believe. Denials of preferential access to the East African community markets at this point in time, to me, is really unfortunate. Once the East African community establishes that these goods can pass freely across the borders, then you will say, what do we add to the list rather than what we subtract from the list? This is how the European Union did it, really, in that incrementally every year they discuss what more goods goes to the list which can flow easily across the borders, rather than thinking, what do you stop? So I would like to ask the East African Business Council, as well as Dr. Desai, why is that approach not being adopted in our community?
Thank you so much for all these very interesting questions. I will turn over again to my panelists, and I'll start with Dr. Kevit Desai, the PS from Kenya, to address some of those questions, and right after he will be followed by Mr. Taibwa. PS, can you hear us? Honorable PS, can you hear us? So I think we have some technology issues. We'll try to come back to the PS. May I ask Mr. Wesonga to respond to some of the questions asked, please?
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and I do thank the participants for raising these pertinent questions. I do appreciate the comments or questions which have come from Professor. I think, number one, we are in agreement on the issue of the legal framework, or in terms of legislation, that many times we have counties, or depending on what each EAC partner state calls, in some other country, partner states, they are called districts, others have municipalities, others have regions. So in whichever aspect, I think they need to have that kind of openness or engagement to ensure that whichever legislation which the counties, municipalities, districts are coming up with, and which have a bearing on the private sector or on trade, has to be given, or the stakeholders have to have that kind of prior information. If it is in terms of engagement, they need to be engaged. We are glad that at partner states level, we have quite a number of our members, since we're a member-based association. In Kenya, we have KEPSA, we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, So where a county is coming up with a particular legislation, then within the trade system, it has to be channeled that all stakeholders are part and parcel. Because at the end of the day, when it is being implemented, it will have a bearing on the private sector. And that is why we have seen along the many trade corridors that there are some charges which are usually imposed on, for example, trucks which are crossing, or the small motorcycles and so on, which are carrying merchandise, that you are supposed to pay a certain amount before you cross. And we have tried to go to dive deeper into understanding why this sudden charge. Then you realize that a particular council or county passed a legislation, and by the time you undo that legislation, time has passed, and to business, time is money. So we welcome that idea of engaging and that transparency kind of nature in which we have to subject the particular legislation to scrutiny by the different stakeholders, such that we know the local authorities are trying to come up with it to generate revenue, but at the same time, business is able to proceed. When it comes to the different, for example, agencies, goods have arrived in Malava or Busia. On the side of Kenya, we have, for example, Kenya Plant Health, we call KEMFIS. On the side of Uganda, we have MAIV, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries. This one side, you're cleared, one side you're not cleared. And there's no prior information before the arrival of the vessel, or we may call it a truck. So that kind of interagency cooperation at the border posts, I think, is quite critical in facilitating trade. Without interagency cooperation, we will always have goods staying at the border for quite a long time. I think appreciating certain systems or certain systems that which have been introduced at the partner states level, for example, clearing of goods using the single customs territory. You have cleared your goods, you're in Rwanda, you have cleared your goods, it arrives at the border, and then some 2 or 3 agencies are limiting the continuation of the specific consignment, and yet you are supposed to have that kind of green channel in trying to cross the border. I think it's kind of an impediment to trade. So we need to have that kind of interagency cooperation at the EAC border posts. Then on the issue of, I think, market access, yes, it has been a critical challenge. And like Dr. Desai said, that the private sector needs to have that close collaboration of engaging the policymakers at the regional level to ensure that there is market access for all EAC originating goods. We are glad that our previous CEO, who is now the current Secretary General of the East African Community, Dr. Peter Mathuki, has done quite a number of engagements before his new role to engage the policymakers in ensuring that private sector should be part and parcel of ensuring that we increase our intra-EAC trade. We can only increase our intra-EAC trade from the current 15% or to even about 30% if we allow goods to cross our borders. The more we deny our goods to cross the borders, our common borders, then we are not doing justice to ourselves, and yet we as a region are supposed to integrate. We have the instruments, we have the protocols in place. We need to integrate. So we cannot be integrating at the same time disintegrating over goods which are originating from our own partner states using the common border, and at the same time we are denying them. So we need to collectively work together to eliminate the barriers to trade, as well as promote the growth in intra-EAC trade.
Thank you so much. Is Dr. Kivit back online? Dr. Kivit, are you back online? Seems not. So can I have a few comments from you, Maurice?
Yes, I think I will be very brief on especially what my colleague from the private sector has spoken. But I think there is already a schedule. I heard that there should be a schedule in which all these matters are reported. I think we have a schedule of non-tariff barriers because such laws create non-tariff barriers. And the EABC is involved in this together with the trade and customs departments, and they report closely to the sector council on trade, finance, and investment. So the focus now should be on how to involve more local governments to report such barriers when they occur, but the schedule is there. On the issue of MOU, yes, the MOU is signed by the Secretary General, but on behalf of the ESC. So even in its drafting, that's how it's drafted. The Secretary General is signing on behalf of the ESC as a whole. So it's operational, whether within other organs, and that's why the other organs are also consulted, and institutions, but as well as partner states. On the inclusion of specific vulnerable groups, Article 6D considers these issues, that although everyone is a person in the community, there are people who are particularly should get focus and should not be left behind. And that's where the youth, the children, the persons with disabilities come in, and women come in. And I think as we discuss the MOU, though we've presented it here, we've not yet signed it. So it's good that these issues are coming out. Probably we will discuss how to mainstream these issues within the MOU. But what's most important, because most times there are countless MOUs we have at the ESC Secretariat, but even if we did a study on how operational these MOUs are, you would find it's not much really. So what matters beyond the MOU is an agreement that you are going to work together, is the action plan, as so was suggested again, that implements this MOU. So I think with the EALGA, the Secretariat, and also the EALGA governance, we can sit together and look at an action plan. Yeah, I think those were the questions that I picked. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we've now come to the close of our panel. And I just want to give a last opportunity to my panelists. A key takeaway from your perspective, 3 words maximum, 2 seconds, 3 words takeaway. And I'll start with EABC.
Thank you very much. First of all, to thank EALGA for organizing this critical engagement with all the various stakeholders. I think it is important that we have that continued collaboration between the local governments, the private sector, the community, the civil society. It's critical that we have that coordinated collaboration at the regional level. This is the only way we are going to ensure that our various stakeholders in the background effectively benefit from our EAC integration. Thank you.
Thank you. Maurice? Key takeaway?
Yeah, in 3 words, my 3 words are: one, ownership, because the EAC is for all of us, so we really need to own it. Let's not look at it as something in Arusha. So it's all of us at all levels. Then the second is partnerships. If we keep working together, then we can achieve more. And then finally, it's just the interest. So because we can own, but if you are not interested in what we are doing, then we cannot push further.
Thank you. Lillian?
Thank you. I think mine, I would just like to call out for the will, given that I was asked a question about is the SGS forum enough once a year? But I think for me, it's not about the forums. I think we can have as many forums as we want, but the will of implementation of the issues that come out of these forums. I'm liking that we're here with the local governments, and I'm very honored to be here. I thank EALGA for organizing this. It shows that there is will already at the local level, at the national focal point. And so if this will comes from below, that means even the good policies that are being put at the regional level, as some of the challenges that private sectors just outlined, this will be easy to settle these challenges, given that we already have the will that comes, and we want to see these good policies and laws being implemented at the national to the local grassroots level. So for me, I call upon the will for the local governments to ensure the engagement carries on and is effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you please join me and give a great round of applause to our panelists? Of course, to our keynote speaker, Honorable Françoise. And to all of you participants for making this an interesting panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our panel. They really focus on how to strengthening the engagement with the EAC in different levels. Please clap for them again, once again. Thank you very much. Now, let me introduce the next panel. We are going to focus now on other business, local economic development recovery. This panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Mulindwa Prosper, who is the Director General in the Ministry of Local Government. He holds a master's in finance control. Prior to that, he has been the vice mayor of the district for 10 years. So, Mr. Mulindwa Prosper, please come forward to lead that session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, MC. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce the panelists in the panel about local economic development recovery in COVID-19 as a driver for the EAC trade and regional promotion. We have 4 panelists. Number 1 is Ms. Agatha Tuo, the CEO of Agriculture Sector Network, a self-driven leader and manager with extensive experience in agriculture value chains, development and agribusinesses, project management, and long-standing experience in both public and private sector. Ms. Agatha, you are welcome to the podium. The next speaker is Madam Claudine Nyinawagaga, Director General of Local Administrative Entities Development Agency, LODA, with mandate to contribute to social and economic development, poverty reduction, capacity strengthening, and decentralized entities, as well as resource mobilization. The third is Mr. John Kamanga, the governance advisor to Kajiado County in Kenya. He worked with various communities across the country, especially in rural areas of Kenya, for over 15 years. Currently, he's the director of the South Rift Association of Land Owners. And fourth is Mr. Richard Gwabuhinga, the chairperson of Kabarole District of Uganda. You're welcome. Our session objective is to position East African Local Government Forum to drive the local economic agenda by addressing the different relationships and capacities between central government, ministries, and the respective local and county governments. This session seeks to investigate how best local and county government can take advantage of their governance and service delivery made, working with stakeholders in their local and regional territories to promote in-country and international connectivity to facilitate trade and investment. Integral to the agenda is leverage the existing investment and border post infrastructure for increased market access and productivity. The experiences to be shared by them will be used to inform the EALGA and EAC collaboration agenda around regional trade. With so said, allow me to call upon our keynote speaker, Mr. Julius Coril, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Devolution in the Ministry of Devolution and Asals, Republic of Kenya. You are welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor and pleasure to stand before you to sort of give a keynote address or some speech which is touching on local economic development as a curtain raiser for this discussion. I want to recognize all of us who are here, the dignitaries, the governors who are here, the Deputy Minister from Kenya, the Principal Secretary from Uganda, from Tanzania, and all the other chairmen of the local governments from the region. I think we all know that we are living in very unusual times, which we are trying to make them usual. The COVID-19 has brought a lot of challenges to the world in these times. COVID-19 impacted on the world and the regional economies in a very profound ways. Of note is even the manner of its arrival. It not giving economies time to develop any shock systems to be able to withstand the effects that came in with it. The experience, if you ask the economists, will tell you that this might be said to be the worst or the worst than the last economic recession that we experienced as a world. These effects will obviously reverberate deep into the future, even as we adopt mechanism of living with the pandemic. The biggest daunting task was and has been how to address the challenges arising from the attendant effects to keep the economy is not just open, but afloat to support the service delivery. I think we all know the measures that were taken by governments in a way of mitigating and reducing the impact of the disease, closing economies, lockdowns, and all manner of things that came. And with that came unemployment. People who are poor were even pushed deeper into desperation. So this pandemic really brought a number of challenges to the economies. The answer to this question lies in the collective response of both the national and the decentralized governments to the pandemic, which also demonstrate the important interdependence of these two levels of government. Better still, the outcomes would be more productive with stronger cross-border interactions within the regional blocks. So within the country, the national and the county and the regional governments, and then across border, how we can interact so that we can address the challenges that came with this pandemic and what may come in future, given that we don't know what lies ahead of us. As we discuss this important subject of how local economic development recovery in COVID-19 can drive EAC trade, we need to ask three pertinent questions. Four actually. One is how has COVID-19 impacted the local economic development, and how have these effects been felt at the national level? What recovery, that's number two, what recovery initiatives will be put in place to spur local economic development, and in what ways are these local economic development recovery initiative drivers to EAC trade? And number four, what is the role of local or county government in spurring local economic development? I think those are pertinent issues as we move ahead, and I believe that during this discussion we'll be able now to expound on those, given that this is the frontier that will see our economies grow as we move ahead. Despite the blemish left by the pandemic in our lives, COVID-19 has also turned out to be a silver lining in the dark clouds. Why do I say this? The critical role played by the local economies in propping the national economies could not have come out clearer than it has come during this pandemic. I think in the past, it was believed that it was the national government that was driving economic development. But when it came to the recovery measures, when it came to the response, it is the local units that really drove home the point that citizens had to be saved, citizens had to be assisted to build resilience so that they could be able to overcome the challenges. And with the studies on economic recovery strategies showing that the decentralized units are vital for growth of counties as frontiers, of countries as frontiers for production and provision of investments, and with studies on economic recovery strategies showing that decentralized units are vital for growth of countries as frontiers for production and provision of investments. They also they provide deliberate investment. Deliberate investment should be focused on in the areas of agriculture and food production, transport, trade, tourism, manufacturing, which received the biggest shock with this pandemic. Having noted the above as key areas of intervention, a number of policy, legislative, and institutional strengthening mechanisms need to be put in place so that it can prepare us for the future and also help countries to overcome the current challenge. In Kenya, for instance, during this pandemic period, a raft of interventions were jointly implemented by both levels of government, that is the national and the county government, and they were aimed at addressing the adverse effects the pandemic had caused on the citizens. These interventions included social protection programs, because immediately after the pandemic came in, businesses were closed as a result of the COVID, And immediately after that, people lost their jobs, and especially the people who are living below the poverty line, those people needed to be assisted immediately, otherwise there are going to be strife and unrest in the countries. And for the case of Kenya, we rolled out a program which we were calling Kazi Mtaani, which gave citizens work to do, to be able to earn daily living, as we also addressed the challenges that were brought about by COVID by running out a hygiene program all over the country. And this was a joint program between the national and the county government. Together, they came and were able to alleviate the immediate suffering of the people with that. The other area that the two levels of government also did was to invest in infrastructure, and mainly was to help the country be able to respond to the challenges of COVID and diverting resources to those investments so that the country's ability to absorb the shock and respond to it was enhanced. We built hospitals within the shortest time possible, enhanced our bed capacity, isolation wards and all that, and this was all done jointly together. That is both the national and the county governments. And also, alongside this building of capacity to respond was also the resilience building initiatives that the two levels of government also engaged in. So you could see that because of this pandemic, the workings between the two levels of government was enhanced because we were all faced with a very serious pandemic. And I think as we now move on, we need to ask ourselves certain issues, certain questions. One, how can counties or the local governments be the drivers of local economic development? How can this be done? One, there has to be legislation and standard setting. There has to be mobilization of resources and efforts to focus on areas of production which can be coalesced and be produced so that they can spur economic development in those areas. There has to be focusing in those in the sectors that are going to bring local development. I think we've seen in certain counties in the country, back at home, some have invested in processing plants to be able to use the raw materials that are produced there. You ask yourself now, how will the county government then run that facility? Will it be them, or is it going to avail it to the private sector to be able to run it? I think those are the questions that now we're asking ourselves after the investments, what? The other question that we should be asking ourselves is the issues of linkage to market. How do we enhance that, and how can the counties play a more critical role in that area? The other thing is business environment. How can we attract investments to the local units? And I think this is where legislation, as well as standard setting and infrastructure being put in place, will be able to drive this. How can we set up land as production enclaves, where we can sort of specialize in production? And this is where we are talking about industrial hubs, agro zones, where production can happen. I think these are roles which will be best played by the local governments because they are closer to the production, they are closer to the people where the effects are being felt, and they will be able to drive the local economic development. I think I just want to comment finally on what the county government also on its own did as a way of helping the country address some of the challenges of COVID. The county governments in Kenya, through the Council of Governors, addressed itself to this question through a raft of measures contained in their document which they commissioned to respond to the post-COVID recovery called County COVID-19 Socioeconomic Reengineering Strategy for 2020 to 2023, which was published in September last year. And the process of production or development of this strategy was overseen by our governor here from Kisumu, His Excellency Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, here with us today. The strategy addressed itself to a raft of measures which included strengthening the value chains to to cushion smallholder producers, promotion and nurturing innovations, and adaptation of technologies as key paths to self-reliance and supporting SMEs and informal sector, which employs over 70% of our population. However, the experience around the COVID-19 containment measures have taught us that East Africa community, as East Africa community, we are attached at the hips, like the Siamese twins. The closure of the borders or slowed movements of goods across our borders impacted the livelihoods profoundly across the region without selecting which one to spare. It is now very clear that no one alone can win, or no one alone can win. We all will win as one. Therefore, as we implement the strategies to revitalize local economic development, we must at the same time implement policies that ease abstraction of outputs from the improved production across East Africa community. Let me close by leaving you with a quote from our Honorable Governor here, Professor Nyong'o, in his foreword to the COVID-19 Socioeconomic Recovery Strategy paper. He wrote, and I quote, "The outbreak of COVID-19 is an eye-opener on our levels of preparedness to pandemics and calamities that may threaten the existence of our society. If country borders are closed and restricted movements of goods and persons all over the world were to remain in place for much longer, one important question each country would ask is for how long each society would survive. Thus, exploiting opportunities for enhanced self-reliance becomes essential for survival of all societies." I end the quote. So I think that is the best time to end my keynote address, that as we ask ourselves, what is the role of the local or the devolved government units in spurring local economic development? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable PS. No one alone can win, as you said. It absolutely requires synergies. Decentralized entities play a key role in led recovery, and we have to make sure that there is enabling environment to mobilize resources and to have focus as we build resilience over COVID-19 impacts. Now, I'm going to allow our speakers comment on different subjects towards the session objective. I will start with Madam Agatha Tuo. While leveraging value chains, what, according to you, is the role of local governments in community mobilization and development of markets for trade promotion?
Thank you, Mr. Mlindo, and I want to start with what were the closing remarks of the PS Kenya in charge of devolution, Mr. Korir, that the emergence of COVID-19 has taught us more than any other time before that we do need each other, and that each of the local governments, units, has a very significant and key role to play in the recovery process. I'll start by saying that the purpose for which the local governments and the county governments exist is specifically to provide services to the local people, the citizenry, and also to restore power and local communities to manage their own issues. And I think this is the subject upon which I want to dwell this afternoon. That local governments therefore have a very key role to play. I'm just underscoring what my previous or the previous speakers have actually already mentioned. With regard to trade within the East African region, we have a lot of trade that is currently going on. The agricultural commodities trade, which is quite enormous, huge volumes of produce moving from one region to another. We have, like has rightly been mentioned before, trade in manufactured goods and services, tourism. We have a lot of ICT. We have a lot of financial services cutting across the regions. And therefore, we have a lot of opportunity in the process for us to be able to work together. What are some of these opportunities that we need to focus on? And I must commend the forum, but I want to emphasize that we still need more deliberate and greater promotion and networking amongst our member local authorities. The individual local authorities need to integrate even further, especially so that we can benchmark with each other, learn from each other. There is a lot of learning to do from various local governments, what the different governments are doing in their respective areas. An issue arose here about the standards in our different local governments, and especially at the cross-border areas, that the standards applied on one region may not necessarily be the standards on the other region. And I think we really need to strengthen this networking and integration, and especially so speaking to each other. The competent authorities within our regions, the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, the equivalent in Uganda and Tanzania and the other regions need to speak to each other. For example, just the other day we had the challenge of the mycotoxins in the maize, as maize was moving from one region to the other. I think it's time we spoke to each other and put appropriate standards so that we can have a free flow of trade because the protocols are already in place. It has been mentioned here that we also need to look at policies within our local governments. Are our policies responsive enough to the citizenry? For example, the agriculture policies, especially at this time of COVID, are our policies working for our people? I don't want to dwell on policies, but I think it's also necessary within our local governments to put up programs that will support the citizens, come up with specific programs that will support our citizens, develop, for example, agricultural programs. I come from the agriculture background, and there are programs that can alleviate poverty very, very quickly, especially if we focus on the right agricultural value chains to be able to do that. Yesterday, somebody mentioned the need for the local authorities, the local governments to have reliable data repository centers, and data is very, very important in these times of COVID. Sometimes information is not even available, especially to the business people, and I think there is need for the local governments to have reliable data, keep data. Data is very important for planning. Information is very important for people who are doing business. For example, when we were coming here, there was a lot of information that we shared. We needed to know, for example, what are the requirements. And I think this is also very important in the private sector. Let the business people understand what are the requirements in the different regions. And I believe that the local governments can actually be able to do this so that support this sector as much as possible. The battle, the poverty battles in our countries, in our region, are going to be fought through our interventions, whether we make the right or the wrong interventions in agribusiness. So I would want to urge that we put more emphasis in agriculture. Let us support our people, especially with the rise of energy costs. That directly translates to increased costs of production, not just transport, but also agricultural inputs. The costs have gone up. What can the local governments do to be able to support the farmers within their regions? It is possible for us to support them, provide subsidy where it is possible, organize them into cooperatives for purposes of economies of scale, support them to have better access to agricultural farm inputs. And I think if we do this, we'll be taking them towards a recovery pathway. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the crucial points that complement the note from the PS of Kenya. You have highlighted a number of items, including the data management, the infrastructures, increasing the awareness, and increasing the support to agriculture, and so many others, and including networking between our local authorities. But you have also highlighted the issue of borders management. As we talk about lead, we cannot forget that we are concerned with the market of input, the market of labor, the market of production. Mr. John Kamanga, from your experience of managing the cross-border trade post and strategic interventions, please share with us what should be the strategic interventions with regard to managing cross-border trade posts as we struggle to recover our economies from COVID-19 impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator. I think in line with the integration in East Africa, over a decade ago, Kenya and Tanzania created a one border post in Amman.
I think the role of the counties in managing the cross-border businesses and also the evolution, the progress, the improvement that the devolution has made this as before the devolution. The management procedures were different and were somehow centralized. But you have also mentioned that during COVID-19, we have encountered frustrations on border due to their different managements across countries. Perishables could increase the losses of the citizens. So there is a problem that is due to physical barriers that are there, and some counties, some local governments have not managed to go beyond those physical barriers. As we go ahead, I recognize the presence of Honorable Jean-Marie Vianney-Gatabazi, the Minister of Local Government, who joins us. Thank you, Minister. I will now reach out Madam Claudine Nyinawagaga, the Director General for LODA. How does the government of Rwanda engage the local private business partnerships for the resilient small and medium enterprise in the local entities?
Thank you so much, Moderator. Honorable Minister of Local Government for Rwanda, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a great honor for me to share how the government of Rwanda works to promote partnerships at the local government level through the promotion of businesses and opportunities offered to small and medium enterprises. And perhaps what has been said by the keynote speaker and my other colleagues here present to the panel facilitated my work, because they talked about facilitation that has been provided to different businesses, like, for instance, being able to put in place cross-border facilities, but also information, and being able to engage local businesses through partnerships. And what we have been doing is, with the COVID, we all know that many businesses lost their income. They were not able to continue working in normal circumstances. And after having lost businesses and some resources, what we did, first of all, was to identify what challenges they faced. And we noted that they needed to be able to benefit from new resources so that they are equipped and they can move on. That was the first priority. Second is that we also noted that the COVID showed actually that they didn't have enough skills to be able to face that type of challenges. And the objective was also to address issues related to skills development so that they are not only capacitated through different trainings, but also they are given information on different opportunities and potentialities existing in their areas of work, but also through the cross-border trade. The third element we identified is how can they work within the priorities of the districts? What are the potentialities, what are the opportunities existing in the communities, and how can they work together as businesses, small enterprises, so that they put together efforts and they can achieve a lot by putting together their efforts. And then we proceed with promoting and strengthening business partnerships. And that went through competition, whereby we developed value chain using what they were already doing. And we helped them to create more jobs. Of course, we also helped them to increase the income generation through new businesses. And different interventions were made consistently with strategic priorities within the area, within the districts, within the local communities, and of course in line with the objectives of the districts. Of course, the additional funds they got supported their businesses to increase financially, and they were able to invest in new opportunities basing on what was offered in the community and where they could increase revenue and be able to become more sustainable. They also worked on developing value chain. We used that approach of value chain development, supporting the growth, and also being able to orient them in some finance, where they can access new funding opportunities. And what we realized is that the employment impact was bigger, They were also able to develop their capacities, and they were also able to bring value addition, and they also increase the productivity. And at the end, we really saw different positive changes in terms of capacities, in terms of new opportunities, in terms of development of value chains, in terms of even being able to pay more taxes to the government. And of course, at the community level, as you know, the importance of small and medium enterprises is key, because it is from those small and medium enterprises that they can even contribute to the national growth of businesses. So this is how we proceeded. Of course, in addition to the resource mobilization, the funds, the new funds that were given to those small and medium enterprises, in addition to the capacities, we also built cross-border markets in different districts, bordering with our neighboring countries, like bordering DRC, bordering Uganda, bordering also Burundi, where with the facilities, the cross-border trade was increased and of course contributed to the development of small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Claudine. Mr. Richard, as you have learned, everyone turns around the local government, and I believe that local governments are governments. They are independent. They have the capacity to solve problems. They have the capacity to plan, to solve problems. And the locus of control of all of these issues that everyone has turned around is the local government. So, according to you, what is needed for the local governments to solve these problems?
Thank you very much, Moderator. Honorable Minister, protocol observed. First of all, the PS gave a very good background on the led recovery in COVID-19 as a driver for East African community trade and regional promotion, where lead clearly came out as a tripartite mode of development that rotates around the local governments, the private sector, and the communities. And today, world over, we are faced with this challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yesterday, when we were looking at localizing SDGs, I did not hear us talk so much about localizing the integration, because we seem to jump to the global agenda, but we are not giving a lot of attention to our regional agenda as East Africa. Because even if we localize what is required in the wake of COVID-19 as far as led recovery at local government level is concerned, but how we wish we were talking as a region, that the entire region of East Africa, this is our recovery approach. But currently, we are still speaking in our enclaves. Kenya with their counter governments, Uganda with their districts governments, Rwanda with their, we are not reading from the same script. We are not reading from the same script. And therefore, to me, right from the onset, and what I think should come out strongly, in this, our engagement, is that there must be a fast track of the regional political integration, so that when we are talking about interventions, we are speaking from the same script, reading the same script, and we are saying whatever is happening in Rwanda will happen in Uganda, will happen everywhere, because this is what we believe in as our recovery approach. We cannot afford to talk about regional trade and recovery, and we forget regional governments and local governments, because they are the building blocks. They are the building blocks for the regional trade. I'm glad my colleagues, the panelists, have been talking about border management and case studies and whatever. And therefore, in our view, local governments are serious building blocks in as far as the regional trade is concerned. And therefore, the recovery, on the other hand, should be looked at from a regional perspective. However, looking at what should be done, first of all, there is need for a review of the policies that are tailored towards the new normal. Because the current policies, the current led policies, may not have taken into consideration the situation we are going through today. And therefore, as countries within the East African community, there is need for us to think about reviewing these led policies. Because we cannot continue doing things the same way and expect different results. The situation has changed. Now that it has changed, the policies also should be aligned towards a changed situation. So there must be a policy shift to address the COVID era as well as the post-COVID era at both subnational and local governments and national governments within the East African community. In my view, there should be a streamlining and speeding up of the local decision-making. I was talking about speeding up of the East African thing, but also there should be streamlining of the local decision-making. And here we need the soft approaches that can create a large tax base. Soft approaches that can create a large tax base. For example, if at a local government level or a regional government, we thought of investing in the housing component. First of all, the housing will create two scenarios. It will create employment on the other hand, and then it will add on taxation on another hand. Now, when this one is done, the problem of housing will be solved. Yesterday, we were taken through Kisumu City and how it looks like. I think there is a thriving housing industry in Kisumu. But the city gets a lot of tax out of that. The people who participate in the construction get income, but also the housing challenge is addressed and is solved. And therefore, investing in these soft approaches at local government level can be an issue or an intervention that can help us survive in the post-COVID recovery or within the COVID recovery programs. In my view, the local governments and the county government should plan for a new reality. Should now start planning for a new reality, moving from where we were. That's why I'm saying we are building blocks, and within these planning realities, we should look at the short term, the medium term, and the long term. Because like a colleague has just mentioned, we don't know for how long COVID is going to be here. And therefore, in the new realities we are planning for, the way we are going to align ourselves as local governments, because local governments are established as centers of service delivery. So in the short term, what are we going to do? In the medium term, what do we plan to do? And in the long term, what do we intend to achieve? We should have fit-for-purpose funding for local governments. Fit-for-purpose funding. Most local governments here have been lamenting about the funding from the central government. If I can use an example of a country where I come from, about 82% of service delivery is done at local governments. But the percentage share of the national budget to the local governments countrywide is about 13%. You can see the irony now, the mismatch between the funding and the demands on ground. And therefore, what we need to push for is the fit-for-purpose funding. Let the services that we are giving to the people on ground be seen to be funded from the national coffers, from the national budget. In other words, the funding should be matching with the demands on ground. Certainly, the needs are insatiable, but there should be a deliberate attempt to work towards that. We need to rethink about the way local revenues are managed, because even when local governments and the sub-regional governments collect money, the control remains at the center. And in this post-COVID management, we should consider a situation where the revenues collected are only supplemented by the national governments to help people in the recovery process. The investments should be those that are going to help people jump out of the shock immediately. Someone talked about investing in agriculture. Most East African countries depend heavily on agriculture. But now there is need to shift now to value addition and agro-industrialization, because the investment in agriculture is not reflected at the finished products that we do send onto the market. And certainly my view would be that we work together to ensure that we invest in value addition through agro-industrialization for job creation, but also for better markets at the international level. The support needed would be in the areas of, first of all, we need to have a plan. There is need to commission a study to look at the impact of COVID and what is required. And this data must be shared. Someone yesterday talked about validating data and sharing statistics. Because without knowing the real impact on ground, we may not easily know what is required. And therefore, in my view, there is need to commission a study to look at and assess the impact of COVID in the present and project in the future the impact, and then look at what would be required. And what would be required at that time will help us to look at very strategic planning about what we need in the post-COVID era and what we need to recover. Certainly we shall need to build capacity because COVID has been a new phenomenon. It has not been with us before. So there is need for capacity building and then to promote the locally based approaches. The whole thing will call for a paradigm shift, and that is what we need to aspire for as local governments within this African context. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the inspirational views about how to support the government as we recover from COVID-19. Now, need to give the floor to the audience so that they support, contribute, or ask questions. As time goes, I will receive 3 comments. Protocol to support, to give access to the microphone. Would you? Okay, I can see the 3 hands. Yes, you start by that one, and then can you raise and we count? I have seen 4 interventions here. Yes.
Thank you, moderator.
And be quick and specific.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to talk about the fundamental operational principles of East African Community, which states very clearly that principles of the EAC, one of them is the common market, which states very clear about the free movement of goods, free movement of persons, and the free movement of labor. And the objectives are widening and deepening the cooperation, you see? But I just want to talk about something that the panelists has also spoken about. We have observed and seen the cumbersome procedures and some complications at the border. Give you an example of the maize, say, from Tanzania going to Kenya. Rather than now widening and deepening, I think we are trying to shrink, you see, or narrowing these opportunities. So I think it is high time now to walk the talk or observe the protocols as per East African Treaty. So I think it's upon now to the Council of Ministers and the responsible leaders at the East African level to share or to break these barriers. You see? I just wanted to stress on that because the objective is to widen and deepening. There's no point of seeing our fellow members from Kenya suffering no unga, while in Tanzania we have plenty of maize, but they are stuck at the border. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can you pass the microphone to your neighbor at your left, please?
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate this engagement. I want to speak to the from the perspective of our county governments. As the Speaker of a county government, I appreciate the role of county assemblies, the role of the county assemblies play in such situations. I want us to appreciate the fact that county assemblies play a critical role in public participation in our endeavor to achieve the objective of East African integration. If we involve county assemblies, we are able to involve the entire region because they speak and they are representatives of the people. The Wanjiku, as it was said by the panelists from Kenya. We represent the people, and therefore, in your agenda of ensuring that we have policies, we have legislation, if we involve the county assemblies at that level, then we are able to ensure that we accept the policies or legislations that will be informed by those policies. So I want to call upon the county or the executive, as you are formulating these policies, ensure that these policies are able to be sort of accepted or acceptable by the region, so that for you to achieve the goals that we want as East Africa community, we have to ensure that the voice of each one of us is on the table as well, so that you do not face hostility or rejection of the legislation or policies that you will in the end put in place. Thank you very much.
Yes, give to that one, and then we will go to the lady behind, and she'll be the last one.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists. Very instructive. COVID-19 locked down international trade, national trade. Everybody had to depend locally. And it did threaten the very survival of a lot of communities. That meant that for you to survive, people had to look at what is referred to by Professor Maslow as can be described in the hierarchy of needs: life, health, food, and shelter. Now, if we look at that, then how can we say that EALGA is going to help us in the region to survive? What it needs to do is to make sure that the issues about basic survival are looked at the regional level. And I want to take up from what the last panelist at the end there did say. Take, for example, one would like to suggest that the issue of food security now needs to be a regional rather than a national matter, so that the food is produced and stored and then managed, or at least sourced regionally, but stored locally. So that should there be another pandemic, then the food that is available is at close range, close quarters. The idea of food, because that's survival. The second, obviously, is the matter of public health. Our interpretation in the region of how serious this pandemic was very different. It was diverse, and it therefore threatened our very existence. So we need to understand, EALGA needs to help EAC and the region understand that in matters of public health, you are only as safe as your most vulnerable neighbor, because this thing is contagious. So people need to make sure that there's a commonality about understanding of this. The third and the last point, as I finish, my sister did say that we need to make Wanjiku understand the importance of integration. But I want to scale this up. That could EALGA help the political leadership understand the importance of integration, and that a commonly owned bigger flag is stronger and therefore safer than a minuscule, solely owned flag. People who grew up a long time ago, like some of us, know that in the days of East African community, opportunities were more, people were safer, movement of labor was there, etc., education, and so on and so forth. But when we broke it out, when we broke it down, we are now suffering and trying to reinvent the wheel. So the message should be to the political leadership to understand the importance of integration. The Wanjiku is better off. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Microphone to the lady behind. Yes? Maybe she changed the opinion. So let's come back here on the panel. Please, panelists, you will be precise and concise and comment on the audience's contributions, starting from Claudine, if you have. And in addition to that, you have to provide your final remarks, because we'll be winding up because the time is not on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. And indeed, the importance of integration, we all understand it, because together we can achieve more. Using the example of the government of Rwanda, when the COVID reached our country, and when different government institutions sat together to work on the economic recovery plan. Actually, that economic recovery plan, which was approved by the cabinet before starting being implemented, tackled that importance of integration, so that we can see, of course, in the limitation of the COVID, while protecting the lives of the population, how we can continue working together as a region to put our efforts together to fight together the COVID, but also to enable local businesses, small and medium enterprises, as well as corporates to continue using the opportunities in the region and develop themselves. Thank you.
Agatha?
Thank you. At the beginning of this year, we had some bit of infighting in the region because of commodities, flow of commodities from one country to another. And some of these differences come because we are competing for really a very small market amongst ourselves. We are growing the same commodities and we want to move maize from one region to another, and the region is also growing maize. The consumers are more or less the same. And I think it's just about time that really we thought about serious integration so that we can focus on bigger markets. For example, we have huge markets outside our own region, even of commodities like bananas. And we can work together to send bananas out of our region into external markets, and that is possible. And I think this forum has a very big role and responsibility to play in as far as that is concerned. Final short, I think it's very, very important that we bring the private sector into this conversation. A lot of the people present here are members of government and county assemblies and legislations within their regions. But the private sector is the implementer of what we are discussing here. And I think it's really very important, and I want to thank the East African Business Community Business Council for the work that they are doing. But I think there is a lot of need also of onboarding the private sector in these discussions. We have huge bodies that represent private sectors within our regions. For example, I am in KEPSA in Kenya. ASNET is the agriculture arm of the agriculture sector network is the agriculture arm of KEPSA. And I think there is need for us to bring these bodies so that in these discussions they are also part and parcel. Public-private dialogue is very important going forward because we must support the private sector to be able to do their business within the region. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I think for me, we can't overemphasize the fact that we need to be our brothers' keepers. So whether that is in transfer of maize between countries when one is in distress, or whether that is during a pandemic like what we've been going through, we need to be aware that together we are strong, but as individual units we are very weak. But also, as a last parting shot, the issue of enhancement of dialogue across different sectors. That we must continue to talk. We must continue to share what we are stressed about, what we are doing well about, so that we can continue to learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Richard, your comment, please.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Mr. Prosper. One issue I felt they should bring out also clearly is we have the East African Legislative Assembly, which is, and I'm happy we have the Member of Parliament there. And when we look at what should be done in local governments, we cannot forget these associations like the East African Local Governments Association. Because one of the things we grapple with for the association to survive is that it depends on member country subscriptions. Not even member country, but member associations. subscriptions. We look at the impact of COVID-19. Are these member associations going to sustain? Suppose, like we have the Legislative Assembly as another arm, we talked about a subvention for the regional association, the East African Local Governments Association. In my view, that can be an intervention at that higher level, because it is this association that reaches to the national associations, then the county associations, then the district associations. But letting the association only survive on the subscriptions from member associations, which are also struggling as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, to me, is something that we are leaving hanging. But in my view, like I said earlier, if there is a time when the case for more devolution is more vibrant, it is now within the COVID and the post-COVID era, and therefore we need to strengthen the county and district governments. We need to talk about total devolution, but also the discussion about the East African integration must end, really. It has been here for long. Yes, we're on track, but it must end, so that we talk about total integration for purposes of uniformity and as far as implementation of these policies is concerned. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear speakers, members of the audience, we have discussed a lot of things, and the ministers will cover a lot of things, but I will come back on the 6 points. Number one is that EALGA should instill the local diplomacy and build the local governments until they have the voice to influence the EAC and influence the political leaders to go beyond the physical barriers, so that district, counties, and local governments interact with no barriers with regard to imports and exports. And the plans. Our plans should accommodate the new realities, and the policies be aligned to the new changes. I mean the local economic development policies. And we should review our funding. The funding should be purpose funding, but also support the value chains, development, and industrialization as we develop agriculture and go beyond the primary agriculture. And then we need to see the process of devolution and target the total devolution, but also see what remains for the total integration of our countries and make EAC's agenda real. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to close our panel by here, and requesting you to again give a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. See you next time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for the panel. We have finally reached the final stage of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, my name is Samuel Dusengiyumva. I am Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Local Government, Rwanda, and I have been privileged to facilitate a very brief but meaningful session. That is the closing. As you know, Rwanda has been chairing this organization, the EALGA, for the last 3 years. We're supposed to hand over last year. COVID messed it up, but today we made it. We are very happy today that we'll be handing over to the United Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania is a sister country, and we have worked together to reach this day. This session is going to be divided, is going to be organized in 2 sessions. One, we are going to work, we have worked together with the outgoing chairman of EALGA to come up with the report. This is the report that is going to be submitted to the incoming chair. Second, we are going to hear from the incoming chair, the acceptance speech, and then we are going to have the Honorable Minister of Local Government, Rwanda, to close our session. And the Honorable Minister of Local Government, Rwanda, has organized a gesture, a gift to the delegation that have been represented to this meeting as a recognition of our country, of our people, of great gratitude for you for having chosen to fly to Kigali. Ladies and gentlemen, as the technical committee coordinator, together with the EALGA, today we have documented a few things that we've been able to do and a few things that requires follow-up. I would like to call upon my team to bring the handover documents to the Honorable Minister, and I would like to request the Honorable Minister, Local Government Rwanda, and the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Honorable PS, to join me forward to the stage so that we can facilitate the handover without further delays. Honorable Minister, PS, please join me. Yes. I would like to take this time as the chair of the technical committee to thank my fellow permanent secretaries and a member of the technical committee, as well as different national secretariat and umbrella bodies who are members of EALGA, for the tremendous support and cooperation that have been extended to us during the tenure of the Republic of Rwanda of this chairmanship. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable PS, now it is my pleasure to request the Honorable Minister, Republic of Rwanda, to hand over officially to the United Republic of Tanzania the chairmanship of EALGA. Honorable Minister, I take the documents and hand over to the PS. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to call upon the incoming chair to deliver the acceptance speech. Honorable PS, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Oh, you don't have fun? Honorable Minister Tabaz, Minister of Local Government, and the outgoing chair of the EALGA, ministers who are present, permanent secretaries from EAC partner states, our member states, EALGA chairperson, EALGA secretariat, senior officials, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dear delegates On behalf of the Minister of State, President's Office, Regional Administration and Law Government, Honorable Umi Mwalimu, I would like to thank the Almighty God for keeping all of us alive and healthy and making this event a success. Secondly, colleagues, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the government of Rwanda for hosting us in this very good city of Kigali, and particularly in this nice facility. On behalf of the Tanzanian delegation, we are grateful for the hospitality we have received since the day we landed at the airport up to this particular moment that I'm speaking. Thirdly, I'm bringing with me warm greetings from the government of Tanzania. And furthermore, I bring to you all greetings from Honorable Umi Mwalimu, the Minister of State, President's Office, Regional Administration and Law Government. She intended to be here with us today, but there were other equally important assignments that she was prior assigned, and hence she is just sending her regards, and she wished this forum fruitful deliberations and success. Dear delegates, our sincere appreciations to the government of Rwanda through the Ministry of Law Government for holding a chairship of EALGA for 3 years. It is uncommon, and I think it is not even in the document that we have. But it has happened, and where you have built a history altogether. Colleagues, the government of Tanzania, through the President's Office, Regional Administration and Law Government, is honored to receive the chairship of EALGA from our colleagues, our Rwandan colleagues, as I said. Let me assure you all that we will do our best to sustain the good work that the outgoing chair has done. We promise you a continued collaborations with all EAC member states to ensure that the voice of EALGA, the voice of EALGA, is strongly heard and integrated in the EAC agenda. We are looking forward to working with you all. Karibuni sana Tanzania. Thank you very much for listening. Asanteni sana, murakoze.
Murakoze cyane, Honorable Pierce. Thank you very much. Now, the Honorable Minister, Local Government Rwanda, before you speak, we would like to request you to kindly submit or hand over to the incoming chair the symbol of organization and the symbol of appreciation of our confidence that the United Republic of Tanzania is going to fulfill the mandate of things that we started. Thank you very much. If you can give a round of applause to the two dignitaries as they exchange. For those who cannot have a closer eye, this is it is a symbol of the region, and it is a symbol of unity and all the things that we want to achieve together. Now, without further delay, Honorable Minister, Local Government Rwanda, would like to invite you to deliver your closing remark. Thank you.
Midway. This time, I want to thank you all for your time in Kigali, and I want to recall the presence and recognize the presence of some two important people that we failed to mention in our opening sessions. We have had, and till now we are with the representative of Burundi, the chargé d'affaires of Burundi in Kigali, who represented the Burundi in this conference. Thank you very much for your time, and you have to convey the message to the government of Burundi that we recognized your presence in this forum. We have also to recognize the presence of Honorable Françoise Umukiza, who represented East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, in this conference, and you have to convey the message to the Speaker of EALA that we recognize your presence because he was invited and he sent a very good representative. Thank you very much for your time. Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Devolution, Republic of Kenya, the Permanent Secretary in the President Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, United Republic of Tanzania, my brother, my friend, who take over the responsibilities, the Chairman of East African Local Government Association elected yesterday, and the outgoing Chairman, who made a very good speech yesterday, heads of diplomatic missions here present, the governors here present, the permanent secretaries here present, the SCG of EALA, East African Local Government Forum, who made a very good job, the mayors here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Allow me to express to all of you, on behalf of the government of Rwanda, and on my behalf, my sincere thanks for your effective and active participation in these 3 days of work. As our EALGF General Meeting draws to a close, we have the opportunity to recognize the effort of all those who have contributed to ensuring its implementation. I would also like to warmly congratulate the incoming chair of EALGF and the new EALGA chair. Applause for them. During these 3 working days, we have looked at how we can leverage the role of local government and the county government in driving the EAC integration agenda. We deliberated a strategic action that would drive our local governance and development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon all of us to take back to our respective countries the commitment to work towards facilitating the integration from the grassroots. Local and county governments should facilitate exchange and smoothen cross-border trade undertaking. We have the opportunity to make it happen for the betterment of our citizens. On this, allow me to quote His Excellency the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, in different occasions where he said, we have to listen to the people and to the businesses. And it is only by working together that we will be able to spur economic growth in our region. End of quote. He said again, we will measure success by how easily our people, their goods, and the capital moves within our region, and how prosperous, in the end, they become as a result. This is our task. I know we are equal to we are equal to it if you choose to put all our energies into making it happen. End of quote. The third quote, His Excellency Paul Kagame said, as leaders of the community, we therefore need to come together in a spirit of solidarity and unity for the benefit and well-being of our citizens, of the citizens of our region. Therefore, our treaty is clear that the East African community is people-centered. This should inform all of our reflections and actions. End of quote. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda has been honored to host this conference, and we are very grateful for the investment you have made by spending these 4 days in Kigali. And I guess you enjoyed, and you had some opportunities to meet your friends and to visit some places. Your contribution made this conference productive and engaging. We strongly believe that after this conference, the work of EALGF will steadily move forward to build momentum in the integration agenda at local and the country government level. When I was discussing with my colleagues, ministers, yesterday, we were sharing some views, asking ourselves, if we are moving from here and land in Brussels, we move easily in the 24 countries in the Europe. When you land in Washington, you can easily move in the 50 states that make America. And it is not easy to move easily in Africa, and we are brothers and sisters. We have to think about that once going back. Otherwise, we will be failing the time we are spending here. To the next chair, the United Republic of Tanzania, we wish well and success as you drive our organization forward. Rwanda will remain ready to support, and will support you in this journey. And as I said yesterday, you have our permanent secretary as a consultant free of charge. Please, permanent secretary, make sure that in your agenda, you remember to call the chair every week, every month, to look after and make sure that the agenda is implemented. So, I close by wishing you all a safe return to your respective countries, and request you to take with you greetings of peace from the Rwandan people, the people of Rwanda, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, and the people of the region. On that, I declare East African Local Government Forum General Assembly meetings officially closed. I thank you all. For those who still have some hours, don't hesitate to move around Kigali and look at the beauty of the city and take some gift back home for the people you represented here. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for the messages. Now we have, we are Africans, and we are proud Africans. So in our African culture, we have a way of expressing our gratitude and recognition. So like I said, we are going to, to assist to gift giving. The Honorable Minister has, arranged gifts for the delegations that traveled to Kigali and those who are represented in this meeting. So I'd like to ask the delegation of, we have been here with the Honorable Minister from Kenya, so I'd like to ask the head of delegation of Kenya, the Honorable Pierce, to move forward so that we can receive the gift from the Republic of Rwanda to the Kenyan people. The Honorable Minister, Law Government Rwanda can hand over the gifts. I call upon Thank you very much. I call upon my brother Pierce, representing the Honorable Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, to receive the gift of Rwanda to the people of Tanzania. Thank you very much. I call upon to the representative of the Republic of Burundi to come forward and receive the gift from the people of Rwanda to the people of Burundi. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, join me to give a big round of applause to the outgoing chairperson of EALGA. Please move forward, come forward and receive a gift from the people of Rwanda. We really appreciated your support. We appreciated your contribution, and we are very, very grateful to you coming to Kigali, despite the fact that you lost your wife last week. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now, last but not least, we have a friend who wanted to give some gifts. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome His Excellency the Governor. He has some gift he wants to give. Let us give you the floor, Honorable Governor, so that you can give those gifts. Thank you very much. This is home, this is Africa, and that is how we do things. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, PS. Thank you for your kindness. PS, on behalf of all of us and on behalf of Kisumu County and the Council of Governors, since Kisumu is going to be hosting AfriCities next year in May, and since we have seen how to be hospitable from Rwanda today, we are very grateful to you and would like to give some gifts first to the Minister for Local Government of the Republic of Rwanda, my dear friend, Honorable Jean-Marie Vinet Gatabazi. Secondly, Mr. Pierce, let me express the gratitude of the people of Kisumu and the COG by giving a gift to the chairperson of the East African Local Governments Association, Councillor Gulam Hafiz Mukadam. Oh yeah. And finally, PS, since we have had a vice chairperson of UCLG Africa for East African region representing us in the UCLGA, I'd like to give a present to my dear friend, Mr. Innocent Uimana. Asante sana. Murakonze.
Thank you very much, Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to make a correction. We also have the delegation of the Republic of Uganda, so we are going to recognize them. Our protocol team have just mentioned that we have also a gift for them. Finally, I would like to mention one thing. In this meeting, something was said to the Secretariat of the East African Community. We have a EALGA. EALGA is an East African organization. And it was said loud and clear in this meeting that EALGA want to be connected to the East African community. So we would like to send that message from here, from Kigali, to the representative of the Secretariat of the East African community, that the local government have to be connected, because that is the only way we can fully implement and transform the good action and policies from Arusha to the Mwananchi in every country in the region. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further delays, I think we have been here for a long time. I would like to thank you very much for your kindness, for your presence, for your contribution. And we are going to close with the lunch. Lunch will be served at leather restaurants. So if you can join the Honorable Minister and the other dignitaries as we go for lunch, protocol is going to help us to show us out. But thank you very much. Have a lovely stay as you stay, and have safe flights as you go back. May God bless you. May God bless Africa.